Any issues we need to address?
Very briefly, Your Honor.
Okay. Yeah.
I've already had discussed.
Have neglected to say it every day, but every morning it's been the same crew, and it is here again today. Mr. Rosenwasser, Mr. Garcia, Mr. Martin for the state defense, Mr. Escobar, Mr. Michaels, and Mr. Reeves has been present the entire time, Mr. Funderburg and Ms. Flores. So, all right, I think we've got everybody. We're ready to go. Uh-huh.
I think what I would like to do to just get it out of the way. There's several stipulations that have all been signed, agreed with the language has been agreed to. I'll just start off with that and just try to put it in.
Okay.
And with the Coenig code.
Yes. Okay.
To the prior hearing.
Okay.
And then.
To right there. All right.
I really don't think you need to read that last one. No one cares, but just.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not going to read that top. I'll just
Right.
start right there to state. I'm going to talk to him up here. Mr. Number 4, can you come up, please? I just want to reiterate that there, as you are well aware, there is to be no filming of the jurors under any circumstances, whether they're in the courthouse or not, when they're leaving for breaks, when they're leaving for the evening, no or picture taking of any sort. So if I find out that there's been a breach of that and I find out who did it, that media source will be excluded from the courtroom, from probably ever. So let's not have that happen. Thank you.
Can we have that same announcement once the jurors are in their seats, just so that everybody can feel very comfortable?
They'll be all right. I'm not gonna, I'll just tell them that I instructed them. Okay. They probably heard me anyways. Thank you. Thank you. You can be seated. Thank you, Deputy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for returning. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? All right, very good. I'm glad to see you all. We're just about ready to get started. It did come to my attention that one of you was concerned about potentially being filmed by the media. I have instructed them once more that that will not be tolerated under any circumstances. So should any of you find yourself on the receiving end of a camera, please bring it to my attention immediately, and if possible, get some identification, because I won't tolerate that for 1 minute. So, all right, we're ready to begin. We're going to start off with some stipulations. I'm going to read you the stipulation instruction once more. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true are as follows. Let's see. On January 13th, 2014, between the hours of 1 p.m. and 1:30 p.m., there were no communications of any kind made or sent by Chad Oulson from his iPhone 5, recovered from the Theater 10 Cobb Theater at the Grove in Wesley Chapel. Between 1 p.m. and 1:30 p.m. on January 13th, 2014, Chad Oulson, 1, downloaded images and other content associated with the viewing of Facebook content and or content linked to Facebook, including but not limited to profootballmock.com. 2, received 1 missed call at 1:23:54 from Tony Reeves. And 3, said 1 missed phone call went to voicemail at 1:24:18. Aside from these 3 described events from 1 p.m. to 1:30 p.m. on January 13th, 2014, there were no other communications of any kind received by Chad Oulson on his iPhone 5 recovered from the theater. All right, and here's another one. State and defense stipulate that Jennifer Clark of the FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement, would testify to the following. On March 19, 2014, the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Tampa Lab received from Pasco Sheriff's Office Agency Exhibit AP-01, a Kel-Tec 380 auto caliber semi-automatic pistol, model P38T, serial number JV135, submitted under agency offense number 14-1529, type of offense, death investigation occurring on January 13, 2014. The victim, Chad W. Oulson, and the subject, Curtis J. Reeves. Also submitted was agency exhibit number AP-03, one detachable box magazine, capacity 6, 16-ASK, one fired 380 auto caliber cartridge case, and AP-04, four unfired 380 auto caliber cartridges. The Kel-Tec pistol and the magazine were logged in at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Tampa Lab under FDLE number, it's a long number, as submission number 1. The Kel-Tec pistol using the submitted magazine was examined and test fired. The results of the examination and test firing are documented in the laboratory report dated June 20, 2014. The result of the examination and test firing is as follows. The exhibit number 16-ASK cartridge case was fired in the exhibit number AP-01 pistol. The exhibit AP-01 pistol was found to function properly when testified with laboratory stock ammunition and the exhibit AP-03 magazine. The double-action trigger pull measured approximately 6 1/2 to 6 3/4 pounds. The exhibit AP-04 cartridges are suitable for use with the AP-1 pistol. The examination and test firing of exhibit AP-1, the Kel-Tec 380 pistol, recovered from inside Theater 10, Cobb Theater, on January 13, 2014, revealed that the Kel-Tec 380 pistol is designed to expel a projectile by the action of an explosion, therefore is a firearm as defined by Florida statutes. On September 10, 2014, the Department of Law Enforcement Tampa Lab received from Pasco Sheriff's Office Agency Exhibit AP-01, a Kel-Tec 380 caliber semi-automatic pistol, model P3AT, submitted under agency offense number 14-1529, type of offense, death investigation occurring on January 13, 2014, with the victim Chad Oulson, subject Curtis Reeves. Also submitted was agency exhibit SJG-3, one extra large Fox brand black shirt with a white, red, and gray design. The shirt worn by Chad Oulson on January 13, 2014, when he was shot while inside Theater Number 10 at the Cobb Theater. Also submitted was agency exhibit AP-03, one detachable box magazine, capacity 6, and AP-04, four unfired 380 auto caliber cartridges. The Kel-Tec pistol, magazine, unfired 380 auto caliber cartridges, and Fox brand shirt were logged in at the FDLE Tampa Lab under FDLE number 201-403-02279 as submission number 2. The exhibit number SJG-3 Fox brand shirt was tested for the presence of burned and unburned gunpowder and bullet wipe. The results of the examination are documented in lab report dated October 7, 2014. The result of the examination and test firing is as follows. examination of the shirt, Exhibit SJG-3, a hole in the upper front area. The area around this hole was visually and microscopically examined and chemically processed for the presence of close-range firearm discharge residues. Residues in the form of partially burned and unburned gunpowder and bullet wipe were found. Using the Exhibit AP-01 Kel-Tec pistol, the Exhibit AP-03 magazine, laboratory ammunition, and the Exhibit AP-04 submitted ammunition, comparable residue patterns were found at distances from contact to less than 36 inches muzzle to object. And the last one, the state and defense stipulate to the following facts. The iPhone belonging to Chad Oulson, which was seized by law enforcement on January 13, 2014, from inside Theater 10, Cobb Theater, was tested by Mary Pacheco of the Florida Department of Law Enforcement Biology Unit for the presence of DNA material. The testimony of Mary Pacheco would establish the following results. 1, the DNA profile obtained from the iPhone black case demonstrated the presence of a mixture of at least 3 individuals. Due to the complexity of the mixture obtained from the iPhone black case, this data was not interpretable. 2, due to the limited nature of the DNA results obtained from the iPhone's black case screen, this data is insufficient for inclusion purposes, but may be suitable for exclusion. 3, due to the limited nature of the results obtained, Chad Oulson can be neither included nor excluded as a contributor to the iPhone's black case screen. Number 4, Curtis Reeves is excluded as a source of the limited DNA results obtained from the iPhone's black case screen. All right.
At this time, I have 2 other documents. Madam Clerk, what are my next ID letters? Next in order?
It would be MMM,
3 M's,
yes.
and the number would be?
Is it the amendment?
Oh, just tell me what it is,
48.
48, 49.
Yeah.
Your Honor, at this time, the state will offer into evidence self-authenticating documents pursuant to 9.02, Paren 1, Paren B, the Florida Evidence Code. Had testimony yesterday from Corporal Bunner, the car with no visible handicap placard. State's exhibit number for ID MMM will be a certified letter from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Vehicles indicating that no handicap placard has ever been issued to Curtis Justin Reed Jr. and State's exhibit marked for identification OONNN. Same letter from the Florida Department of Highway Safety and Motor Vehicle indicating that Vivian Lee Reeves, the wife of Mr. Reeves, has never been issued a handicap placard. Due to the fact of self-authenticating, we have the attesting certifications. I would move the state in as
48 and
48 and 49 respectively.
All right.
There's no objection, Your Honor. We offered to stipulate, but we're fine
Okay.
with the...
They'll be admitted. Thank you. Okay. Who's your next witness?
It will be Mr. DeJonge.
Mr. DeJonge.
you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
May Mr. Escobar and I approach
Yes.
the witness?
Thank you, Mr. Martin.
Counsel? Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. DeJonge, would you state your first and last name for the records and spell your last name? And during our discussions, please direct your answers to the jury.
My name is Craig DeJonge, last name DeJonge.
Mr. DeJonge, how are you employed?
I'm employed as a driver, engineer, paramedic for Pasco County Fire Rescue.
Okay, let's talk about what that is, all right?
Sure.
All right. What is that title entail?
As a driver engineer, I'm in charge of the fire truck, the apparatus, driving to calls safely, using my paramedic skills on scene if needed, driving back to the fire station safely, general maintenance of the truck.
As we sit here today, how many years have you been with the Pasco Fire and Rescue?
I just hit 13 years back in December.
All right. Back in 2014, if you're 13 now, about 8, so you're about 5 or 6 years
Just over
back
5
then?
years, yes, sir.
You told us what the title means. Specifically, what are your duties as a driver paramedic? Give us the things that you do.
On a daily basis in the morning, I check out the truck. I make sure the pump works on the fire truck. I check all the equipment, make sure everything runs, make sure all the medical equipment is in working order. Like I said, I drive to and from the calls safely, park in the right manner where I'm supposed to. When we're on scene, I act as a paramedic and assist the paramedic on the ambulance with whatever he or she needs. And then we return to the station and wait for the next call.
As far as being the driver, did you receive any type of specialized training to perform those functions?
Yes, I had to take several courses and take a state-certified fire pump test.
As far as being a paramedic, have you received any formal education to perform the duties of a paramedic on scene?
Yes, as a prerequisite to be paramedic, I had to do 1 semester of EMT school, roughly 3 to 4 months. Paramedic was roughly 1 year of schooling, and the fire academy I did it part-time, so it was roughly 8 months.
Okay. When you first began your career, did you begin as an EMT?
Yes, I received my EMT license, and then I worked for 1 year at a private ambulance company.
What is the difference between an EMT and a paramedic?
EMT is a lower level of service. If in a hierarchy, it would sort of go EMT, paramedic, nurse, doctor, sort of in a rudimentary way.
Okay. Then you became a firefighter?
Yes, I did EMT, firefighter, and then paramedic. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's talk about this case. Let me direct your attention back to January 13th, 2014. Were you employed at the Pasco Fire and Rescue?
Yes,
Were your duties the same as we've just discussed as being a driver paramedic?
correct.
And what engine were you assigned?
Engine 16 in Zephyr Hills.
All right, where is that located?
It's on State Road 54 in between Dean Dairy Road and Eland Boulevard.
On that particular date, did you have an occasion to be dispatched to the Cop Theater at 6333 Wesley Grove Boulevard, Wesley Chapel, Pasco County, Florida?
Yes,
Were you in engine 16,
yes,
and were you the driver?
yes.
When fire and rescue is dispatched and you get the call to respond, are you given the nature of the call as you're leaving?
Yes, we were actually not initially dispatched to the call. We were heading west on State Road 56, approaching Bruce B. Downs Boulevard. And we heard dispatch send engine 13 to a gunshot wound at the Cobb Theater, which naturally piqued our interest. So we decided to, my captain decided to head right on Bruce B. Downs, head north towards the theater. And shortly after we were heading up Bruce B. Downs, the call was upgraded by dispatch to an active shooter with multiple patients. So naturally, they put us on the call because we were getting closer to the scene, and we turned on our lights and sirens and started responding to the scene.
Now, while responding to the scene, was that call downgraded?
That's upgrading.
No, before you got to the scene, was it downgraded from active shooter?
No, it came in as a gunshot wound and then was upgraded to an active shooter,
All right,
which means it's a higher level call.
I understand. When you were driving to the scene based on that nature of the call, what do you do with that nature of the call?
We turn on our lights and sirens, and we drive with more haste, safely and responsibly, but try to get there faster.
All right, I'm going to use some terms that I'm going to ask you to explain.
Okay.
In that situation, is it your practice to stage in an area until the area is clear?
Yes.
All right, so let's talk about that. The term when I use, do you stage in an area? What does that mean?
Stage it's an industry term to just park your apparatus at a distance far enough from the scene where it would be safe. You wouldn't be considered to be in danger. And so you let law enforcement go into the scene, clear the scene of any danger, and then they deem it safe so that fire rescue personnel can come inside without fear of any threats.
And what does it mean until law enforcement clears the scene?
They would go in first and make sure there's no active shooting or threats, anything that would put our lives possibly in danger as fire rescue personnel.
While en route, did you receive any information that altered the plan of staging in the area?
I believe just before we got there, they said that law enforcement had deemed the area or the scene safe, so we didn't have to stage by the time we arrived there.
Okay. Now that you had that information, you're still going to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Where do you go?
We drove around the back of the theater where all the other units were.
At the rear of the theater, are there rear exit doors for each theater?
Yes, they appear to be like emergency exit exterior doors.
Is that the area that you parked in?
Yes.
Once you parked, what did you do?
We made our way by foot to the rear exterior door of the theater where the incident had occurred. We walked inside. There's a lot of commotion going on. When I had walked inside, the movie theater screen was to my right. Directly in front of me was Mr. Oulson being secured to a long spine board and to a stretcher by 3 or 4 EMTs and paramedics. They did not need any extra help. I looked up into the theater to my left, and Mrs. Oulson was being attended to by, I think, 2 paramedics, and they did not seem to need any help. So I made my way back outside to the outside of the theater and was sort of having small talk with my captain and my battalion chief.
Was that in the lobby area
No, that would be outside the theater.
or in the parking lot?
Parking lot, yes, sir.
All right. once you were outside, did you become aware that there was an individual that may need some a medical attention because there was something in his eye?
Yes.
When you received that information, what did you do?
I was having small talk, as I said, with my captain and battalion chief, and a law enforcement officer came over and said something to the effect of, hey, the shooter, the suspect thinks he has something in his eye, can you go check him out? So I said, sure.
All right, what did you do?
I walked over to our engine 16 and grabbed our medical jump bag and proceeded to go over to the squad car where Mr. Reeves was being detained. There was an
Let
officer.
me ask you some questions. When you got there, was Mr. Reeves inside the marked cruiser?
Yes,
And was there a deputy with him?
yes.
And did the deputy assist Mr. Reeves in getting out of the cruiser?
Yes.
When he got out of the cruiser, did you notice whether or not Mr. Reeves was handcuffed?
He was.
If the person that you know as Mr. Reeves is in the courtroom today, would you point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
He's wearing a black suit, white short, and a kind of sort of gray and black tie.
We would stipulate that identification.
Thank you.
Once Mr. Reeves was out of the cruiser, let's just pretend this is the side of the cruiser, all right? Front tire, rear tire.
Okay.
Where was he in relation to the cruiser when he got out, front and the rear?
Towards the rear, the officer opened up the rear passenger door, assisted him out, and he was sort of standing in between the open door and the seat of the car.
Once Mr. Reeves was out, you had the background information, but did you ask Mr. Reeves what his complaint was?
I believe he said he thinks he has something in his eye.
Was Mr. Reeves wearing glasses?
Yes, he appeared to be wearing prescription glasses.
When someone indicates they might have something in their eye, what is the first procedure that you would do? We'll talk about what you did, but just typically if someone says, I think I got something in my eye, what do you do?
First, I personally removed his glasses, put them on the trunk of the car.
All right.
I observed his eye. I didn't see any redness. I didn't see any foreign objects. I didn't see any lacerations or abrasions, anything like that. The sclera, the white part of his eye, was white. I didn't see anything inconsistent with what I would find with a man of his age.
All right. After you made that visual observation, what was your next step in order to treat the complaint? Way to put it, I guess.
I took a bottle of clean, unopened bottle of sterile water, removed the shrink wrap top. The cap for the water is almost maybe like the size of a milk jug opening. So in order to not just douse his face and just drench him, I used a knife to kind of puncture a hole in the top to make it easier to flush, to irrigate his eye. And I had him turn his head to the left, and I flushed his eye kind of from the bridge of his nose downward through his left eye, and then the water fell onto the ground.
All right. And the complaint was there was something in his left eye.
Correct.
And that's the only one that you irrigated with the water,
Yes,
flushed out?
yes.
How many times did you do that?
2 or 3 times.
Again, that would be a normal treatment to make sure, or at least try to get whatever might be in there that you can't see out of the eye.
Yes, sir.
After you did that 2 or 3 times, did Mr. Reeves make any statements to you as to whether or not he thought your treatment was effective?
I had said, yeah, is that better? Did that help or something like that? And I think he made the statement of something, I think there might still be something in my eye.
All right. You indicated that you removed his glasses after performing the treatment that you just described. What did you do with the glasses?
I then put them back on his face.
In relation to Mr. Reeves, when you're doing the flush, how close are you to Mr. Reeves?
Fairly close. I mean, it's kind of a personal procedure. You have to get kind of
May I
near
just
them.
ask him to step down a moment? Sure. Just step down a moment. Just pretend that I'm Mr. Reeves and you go do the procedure. Tell me how close you would have to get.
Probably about this close. I'd have you turn this way and I kind of flush like this.
Okay. Ryan, have a seat. While in that close proximity that you just demonstrated, did you make any observations about his face that would indicate to you that he had any bruises, lacerations, redness of any type along his face?
I did not notice anything, no.
All right. And during that same time period, when you're flushing out that eye, as far as the left temple area and the right temple area, did you see anything that would indicate any type of cuts, bruises, lacerations, abrasions of any type?
No, I did not see anything that stood out.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Thank you. I have no further questions.
Now, when you performed this procedure, as we call it, you were standing up?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so Mr. Reeves is standing up.
Yes, sir.
He's taller than you are.
I don't recall. He might have been.
Okay. So you don't really recall physically how this went?
I remember flushing his eye out. I don't remember our height differences, though.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking is you can understand, if somebody's sitting, then it's pretty easy. You walk up to them, they turn their head, and you're kind of above them, right?
Correct.
If they're taller, they might have to stoop down. Do you remember if that happened here or not?
Not specifically, no.
Now, the saline solution, you run it, I think, from the nose to the eye. Is that how it goes, from the nose down?
Yes, sir. Yeah, you don't want to flush from the affected eye the other way because you could then affect the other eye. So you want to go from the bridge of the nose through the affected eye and leave the other eye unaffected.
And so that's why it was tilted sideways?
Yes, sir.
For the left eye,
Yes, sir.
to drain out?
Yep.
If there's anything in there,
Correct.
or take out whatever is in there.
Correct.
Now, when somebody tells you they have something in their eye, I've been to the doctor's office, and they take your glasses off, and they go like this, they put a light and all that. You didn't perform that sort of thing here.
No, sir.
You just visually looked,
Yes, sir.
is that right, to see if you could see anything?
Correct.
You didn't manipulate the eye at all?
No.
You just asked Mr. Reeves, I would imagine, to open your eyes?
Yes.
Okay. And that's so you can put the saline in?
Yeah. Sterile water.
Sterile
Yes.
water, I'm sorry. Yeah, saline would probably not be very
Yes.
comforting.
Sterile has a low salt content in it.
Okay. And so, in this case, you described taking off Mr. Reeves's glasses?
Yes, sir.
Right? And that's so you can get to the eye?
Correct.
Because if his glasses were on, you wouldn't be able to get to his eye.
Correct.
And then, when you performed this procedure, the prosecutor asked if you saw any injuries. Well, in your line of work, you're looking for something, you're not looking for redness, for instance, right?
I could see redness there. I could see lacerations, abrasions, bruising, anything of that matter.
In this case, certainly, you didn't ask Mr. Reeves to close his eyes so that you could look at his eyelids, right? That didn't happen here.
I don't believe I did, no.
All right. In this case, frankly, you had his eyes as wide open as possible.
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Reeves wearing civilian clothes or something else? Do you remember?
I believe he's wearing civilian clothes.
Do you remember what color shirt?
I want to say blue, but I'm not positive.
Once you run the saline out, you say that Mr. Reeves tells you there still feels like something's in his eye, right?
He said something to that effect, yes.
And again, just kind of you visually looked, or you were done after you flushed it 3 times?
I flushed it. I may have looked again, I'm not sure. And then I put the glasses back on his head, and the officer assisted him back into the car, shut the door. And
All right. So in terms of actually looking at him a second time, we can agree you may have, but you may not have.
I don't remember specifically seeing anything that I didn't see the first time.
Well, do you know for sure that you looked a second time?
I'm just going off my memory.
All right. Did you write a report in this case to help you?
I did not. The first incoming engine is tasked with writing a report for the call.
All right. And did you review that report before you came here?
I did.
Okay. And is there anything specifically in there that you looked at his eye a second time?
No, sir.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any redirect?
No, you are. As far as the state's concerned, you can do those.
Does he need to be on standby?
Keep on, we have some people as well, you know.
Okay.
We'll be on standby.
Mr. DeJonge, you're free to go today. I'm assuming they have your phone number. Should you get called back, you will have to come back, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Be Detective Koenig.
Swear to affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause, will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would, please state your first and last name for the record, spell your last name for the court reporter, and please direct all your comments to the jury box. Would you state your name, please?
I'm Detective Todd Koenig, Koenig,
Detective, how are you employed?
with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
How long have you been with the Pasco County Sheriff's Office?
A little over 21 years.
Just so we can do the math quickly, while we're back on January 13th, 2014, that would have been, what, 16, 17 years?
Yes.
As we speak today, what unit are you in?
I'm sorry.
As we sit here today, what unit are you assigned to?
I'm in the Major Crimes 5 unit.
What is that?
We work all violent deaths and internal criminal investigations.
In 2014, what was your assignment?
I was Major Crimes unit. We worked in that unit, robberies, any crime against person, including homicides.
You are in fact a sworn law enforcement officer,
Yes, sir.
certified by the state of Florida.
Yes, sir.
Let me take you back to January 13, 2014, were you in fact employed as a sworn police officer by the Pasco Sheriff's Office?
I was.
Now, on that particular day, were you on duty or off duty?
I was on duty at the firing range for in-service training. We were at the Dade City range.
While, well, I'm sorry, let me start over. During your in-service training, did you become aware of an incident that was occurring at the Cop Theater at 6333 Wesley Grove Boulevard, Wesley Chapel, Pasco County, Florida?
Yes, sir.
How did you become aware of that incident?
I believe I received a text message or a call from my acting sergeant for the day.
Did you have a conversation that ultimately related to you being requested to respond to that area?
Yes, sir.
Did you in fact respond to the Cop Theater?
I did.
And approximately what time did you arrive?
13:40, 1:40 p.m.
Okay. Now, since you're involved with that particular case, is it the practice of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office to assign a unique case number or control number to that incident?
Yes, sir.
In this particular case, was it 14-001529?
Yes, sir.
Are all reports related to this particular incident referred back to that number,
Yes, sir.
including all evidences collected?
Yes.
If you need to refer to your report to provide accurate information, as jury, just ask, and I'll ask the court for you if that's permissible. Okay?
Okay,
So
thank
if you need to refer to it, just ask.
Okay.
All right. Once you arrived at the scene, did you meet up with Detective Proctor?
I did.
At the point that you had that first contact with Detective Proctor, did you know his assignment?
I was aware that he was going to be the lead detective on the case.
Was there a request made by Detective Proctor for you to assist him?
Yes.
And how did you assist Detective Proctor?
He asked me to assist him in interviewing Mr. Reeves.
Did you in fact do that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Were you present when that interview took place?
I was.
Was it, the interview take place in a building or a vehicle?
A vehicle.
Were you also in the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Where were you seated in the vehicle?
The back passenger seat.
And the individual being interviewed?
Was in the front passenger seat.
If the individual that was in the front passenger seat that was being interviewed by Detective Proctor is in the courtroom today, would you point him out and tell me what he's wearing?
It was
Yes.
stipulation, Your Honor.
Okay.
Was the interview recorded?
Yes, sir.
And prior to coming in the courtroom today, did you listen to that recording?
I have.
Did you recognize your voice on that recording?
Yes, sir.
What I'd like to do is talk about your observations during the interview. We're not going to go through the interview itself.
Okay.
I just want to talk about the observations you made of Mr. Reeves during the interview. In the vehicle that you were in, was there a visor in front of him in the front passenger seat?
The sun visor?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us whether or not that visor has what we, I guess, refer to as a vanity mirror?
Yes, sir.
While you were in the cruiser sitting in the back seat, was that visor up or down?
I don't know if it was down when we first got in the car, but it soon became down. I noticed it after we were in there that it was down.
All right. And when it was down, did you in fact could see the vanity mirror in the visor?
Yes, sir.
If you could, I'm going to be a little facetious,
Okay.
but this wasn't like a small Prius or something like that, right?
It was actually a Buick Enclave.
Okay, so we have a bigger SUV.
Yes.
All right. Can you give us, if you're sitting in the passenger rear and Mr. Reeves is in the passenger front, approximately what is the distance between the two of you?
2.5, 3 feet.
Right. During the course of the interview, are you able to look to your left, look to your right, or even scoot over to make observations of Mr. Reeves?
I was more leaned over most of the other interview, so I could observe that.
And during the time that you were in the vehicle during the interview, during that entire process, did you have an occasion, at least once, if not multiple times, to see Mr. Reeves' face?
Yes, sir.
Again, the same question, were you able to see the left side of his head, like the temple area?
Yes, sir.
How about the right side temple area, ear?
He moved around a bit, so at times I would see the right side as well.
And of course, I guess you're behind him, you can see the back of his head.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, during the interview, being in the proximity that you just described, at any time, based on your life experience, did you observe any type of injuries to Mr. Reeves' face, left side, right side, back of his head, that would give you concern that maybe he needed medical treatment?
I did not. I didn't notice any injuries at first. I didn't see a red spot as he continued to rub his eye throughout the
Okay.
process.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. Let's just back up a little, just one step.
Okay,
Okay. Saw no injuries.
correct.
During the course of the interview, and of course you were watching Mr. Reeves,
Yes, sir.
did you see him touch his facial area with either his left or his right hand?
I did.
Was he wearing glasses during the interview?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and tell us your observations during the interview that you saw Mr. Reeves do as he touched his face with either his left or right hand.
Okay.
What was he doing?
He was handcuffed in the front. We moved him from being handcuffed in the back when we moved him to our vehicle, handcuffed him in the front. And as he was talking about having something in his eye, he was rubbing his eye here and his temple area.
Okay. You kind of touched your eyelid. Is that what we're talking about, the eyelid
Between
area?
here and the temple.
Okay. How many times did you make that observation?
I couldn't give an exact number. I think it was several times.
Now, I know you're sitting in the back, all right? Did there come a point in time as you made those observations and it continued to occur that you were actually able to see the left eyelid?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to see Mr. Reeves' face before the interview began?
Yes. I assisted him getting out of the patrol vehicle and putting him into Alan's vehicle.
So I want to compare the two times. When you saw him the first time and the second time after you see the movement in his eyes, did you notice, if at all, there was any change to his physical appearance from the time you saw him the first time to the last,
I did see at the end there was a slight redness to his eye,
well,
and not at the first.
okay. Now, you said eye, so I want to make sure the record is clear. You're talking about the fleshy eyelid as opposed to the glass ovule of his eye, right?
Yes, the eyelid and the
Eyelid.
temple area.
Through your conversation with Mr. Reeves, did you become aware that a paramedic had performed the procedure of flushing out his eye?
He advised us that the fire rescue had done that.
Right. And did he also advise you he still felt there was something in it?
Yes, sir.
While in the vehicle, did Mr. Reeves make any other complaints of pain, discomfort, injuries, other than something in his eye?
He had stated his shoulder was hurting from sitting in the other patrol car.
Okay. So a discomfort is maybe a way to describe it. Would you agree or disagree with that?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with that or disagree with
I
that?
would agree with it.
Can you tell us whether or not he ever mentioned that he had a headache or a throbbing in his head?
He didn't say a headache. I believe he said that he felt dazed at one time because he thought he got hit. But I don't think he mentioned a headache.
And again, having that information, did you make observations while sitting in the back of his face, left to right side, back of his head, that would indicate to you that some sort of blunt object, anything, caused any injury to Mr. Reeves' face, left side or right side?
No, sir.
After the interview was concluded, is it the policy and practice of the Pasco Sheriff's Office to process an individual who was involved in an incident like Mr. Reeves was to take photographs and to take his clothes?
Yes, sir.
Did you in fact assist in that particular process?
I escorted him to the a different theater room and observed forensics to process him and photograph him.
The vehicle in which the interview took place, where was that parked?
We were parked in I want to say it was the northwest corner of the building, outside. Pretty much outside Theater 11, I believe it was.
While outside, did you see helicopters overhead?
I did,
More than one?
yes.
From that observation, what decision was made to transport Mr. Reeves to the door of Theater 11?
Well, to protect him, everybody from seeing him, the media, I suggested to Detective Proctor that we drive closer to the theater door.
And is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Once you were at the theater door, it's a fire door, right?
Correct.
All right.
Just an exterior door on the back.
Someone
side.
let you in?
Yes.
Okay. While inside, did you meet up with a technician with the Pasco Sheriff's Office?
I did.
Who was that?
Susan Miller.
Once you were inside, tell us where you escorted Mr. Reeves so that forensic technician Miller could begin the processing of Mr. Reeves.
We just went in, it's a regular theater where they play the movie. We went into the seats and she started processing him right in the front part of the room.
While in contact with Ms. Miller, did you make her aware of your observations of Mr. Reeves as far as rubbing his eyelid?
I did.
And do you recall whether or not you made any special requests of Ms. Miller?
I did specifically ask her to take photographs of his eye because he was complaining that something was possibly in it.
Now, you were there the whole time?
Yes.
Did there come a point in time, let me ask you this, while in the theater, while you were present, did Mr. Reeves ask for any other medical attention?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No other medical complaints or discomfort
No,
that
sir.
you are aware of?
No, sir.
While the processing was taking place, did you eventually leave and someone else come in with Mr. Reeves to be with Technician Miller while the process continued?
I believe so. I believe I left before it was completed.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
Detective, today, you're telling this jury that you observed Mr. Reeves rubbing his eyelid. That's what you told the jury just a few seconds ago, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you did that today under oath.
I did.
But what you actually saw Mr. Reeves doing is not rubbing his eyelid, but actually rubbing the corner of his eye, correct?
Correct.
Well, why would you tell the jury that he rubbed his eyelid when it wasn't that at all? It was the corner here of his eye. Big difference, isn't there?
No, it's not. This is this area here between your eyelid. Your eyelid is part. You're almost touching your eyelid as we speak.
Oh, so you think he almost touched his eyelid?
You almost touched your eyelid by
Did
pointing.
Mr. Reeves touch his eyelid, or did he
He
not?
touched this area here between his eyelid and his temple. Yes,
So he
sir.
didn't touch his eyelid?
Yes.
Page 53.
Excuse me.
Lines 16 through 19.
Document.
Deposition. I was going to go through the predicate. You remember me taking a depo of you on July the 27th of 2015?
Yes, sir.
You remember that when I took your depo, you were placed under oath
Yes, sir.
and to swear to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
And were you telling the truth when I was deposing you on that date?
Yes, sir.
And do you remember the following questions and answer? Question, okay, he's rubbing the corner of his eye. Answer, correct. Question, not his eyelid. Answer, correct. Now, were you telling the truth back when I took that question and answer from you?
I was.
And I would imagine that in 2015, your recollection of what happened on January the 13th of 2014 would have been much better.
Maybe I misspoke back then on the depot.
You think so you think your recollection today in 2022 is better than your recollection was in 2015?
Should be the same.
It should be the same. You agree that facts are important, correct?
Correct?
And in our line of work, we can't be assuming things or speculating, correct?
Correct?
And we've got to get it right
Yes, sir.
because we have someone's life in our hands, do we not?
Yes, sir.
And the system of justice is depending upon witnesses to be truthful and accurate.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you assisted Detective Proctor that day, you were pretty much in the blind yourself. You didn't know any of the facts.
Correct.
You didn't even know that Joanna Turner had indicated.
Objection.
Hearsay, improper.
Approach.
May I, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Now, Detective, you had not even gone into the scene yourself to see any evidence that was present, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't know anything about the alleged facts and circumstances of this case before you assisted Detective Proctor, correct?
Not the details, no.
And in fact, Detective Proctor was the one that asked you to assist him.
Yes, sir.
So in other words, you were basically an earpiece for him. Is
Yes,
that
sir.
correct?
Yes.
And nothing more. Now, you certainly don't have a medical degree, correct?
Correct.
You don't have a paramedic degree, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know how to diagnose the human body to determine whether it's been hit with a blunt object, correct?
Correct.
Now, you said you saw Mr. Reeves's glasses. Mr. Reeves, can I have your glasses? You said you saw Mr. Reeves's glasses. Did you ask him to take the glasses off so that you could examine them?
No, sir.
So you don't even know what type
Your
of
Honor, I
glasses he
object.
right? You
No,
didn't-
I object.
Approach.
Detective, you didn't take Mr. Reeves's glasses off, right?
Correct.
And you didn't do anything with the glasses to try to correlate the glasses with the redness that you had observed.
No, sir.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And you never even asked Mr. Reeves whether, in fact, his glasses, would have moved to a certain
Excuse me,
extent?
Your Honor, I object.
Overruled.
You never asked Mr. Reeves, hey, what kind of glasses do you have to see if, in fact, they're flexible enough for them to cause some type of redness on your eyelid?
I did not.
Now, you were seated, you say, you were seated in the back passenger seat of this vehicle, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so describe the interior of the vehicle if you can.
You had two bucket seats in the front, two bucket seats in the middle, and a bench seat in the back.
No screen, no glass, no in between the front and the back seat.
No, sir. No
But
partition.
you were seated right behind Mr. Reeves,
Correct.
because you were there to listen,
Yes, sir.
is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you indicated on direct examination that somehow you were looking at Mr. Reeves while you were in the back seat.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did anybody tell you to do that?
That's common practice of what we interview in a car.
Okay.
That's the position we get into.
And just to make sure for safety reasons?
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that's the reason you were in the back seat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you indicated that when you were in the back seat, you noticed Mr. Reeves touching, I guess we've cleared that up now, right? This area right here.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
His eye, temple area, yes. Where you're
Eye and
pointing.
temple area,
Yes.
right? Where I'm pointing.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just so the jury can see. And so you said that at some point in time later on, you were able to see a red mark on his eyelid. Is that correct?
On his eye area, in that
So-
corner.
So not on his eyelid, you're saying here again?
Your eyelid connects to your temple area in this bone area. He was
So-
rubbing right in the area. That could be considered both. If I'm touching here, I'm touching my temple area and my eyelid.
You mean this corner?
Yes,
Okay, and so you didn't actually see him touching his eyelid?
not like this, no.
You didn't see him doing any of that?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask this, can you allow me to answer the question?
Yes, let me answer.
I will. You didn't see him doing anything like this with his actual eyelid?
No, sir.
Okay. And so the redness that you say, that you noticed, was in that corner area?
Yes,
And so that's why you had Ms. Miller actually photograph that?
yes, sir.
No further questions?
Redirect.
There you are.
May this witness be released, or he's on standby?
This could be released by the state, yes.
Okay,
We're going to keep him.
okay. Detective, you're free to go, but if you get called back, you have to come, okay?
Okay, thank you.
An hour and a half. Take a short break. Who's your next witness?
It'll be Susan Miller.
Okay, yeah, should be a little longer. All right, let's take a 10-minute recess. Please remember my instructions during the break, and be back to the jury pool room in 10 minutes.
All right, so we're going to recess for 10 minutes. Jury is out.
Good, you can be seated, thank you. Hey, Tina. Are you gonna ask number? Bring them in? Good. And who's next?
Forensic science.
Oh, Susan Miller, that's right, you said that already, I'm sorry, yes.
Who's the jurors, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Jurors enter the courtroom. Jurors may be seated. Proceed in the council.
Thank you, Deputy. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess?
Yes.
All right, thank you once again. Mr. Martin?
Thank you, Counsel. Today calls forensic science investigator Susan Miller.
Raise your right hand. Take the oath.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do.
So couple and speak right up to the mic. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Good morning.
Good morning.
If you would, please state your first and last name for the record, and please direct all your testimony to the jury box. Here's your name,
My name is Susan Miller,
and spell your last name, please.
Miller.
Now, Ms. Miller, did you do a report in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
In the event that you feel like you need to refresh your memory from that report, please tell me, and we'll get the court's permission for you to do that. Fair enough?
Fair enough.
Very good. Let's go ahead and begin. How are you employed?
I am a supervisor in forensics at Pasco County Sheriff's Office, and I'm also a human remains detection canine handler.
Okay. How long have you been a humans remain canine handler?
Approximately 3 years.
How long have you been a supervisor?
7 years.
I'm going to take you back to January 13, 2014, as far as your employment. In the beginning of 2014, January, did you hold a supervisory position?
I did not.
And how long after January were you appointed as supervisor?
It was approximately a year later.
And was there another individual who was also promoted or assigned as a supervisor approximately the same time?
There was, yes. Her name was Nancy Steffens.
Explain to us the training that you've received in order to carry out the duties as a forensic science investigator. We're going to really not talk about the canine part. That wasn't involved in this case, right?
That's correct.
That's something just in the last 3 years?
Yes.
All right, very good. So let's just concentrate on the training that you had under your belt, so to speak, in 2014. What was it that allowed you to perform the duties as a forensic science investigator?
So I had completed the forensic technology program in the year 2000, and I was hired directly after finishing that program, and so I've had approximately 1,000 hours of on-the-job training since then.
And what does on-the-job training include?
Going to various trainings through different disciplines, but photography, documenting crime scenes in general, processing, et cetera.
Do your duties include photography?
They do.
Are you assigned a particular camera?
I am.
Now, in 2014, that's what we're going to be talking about. Were you assigned a particular camera?
I was, yes.
As far as the collection of evidence, you didn't collect any evidence at the scene at Cop Theater, correct?
Yes, I did collect evidence that day.
Photographs?
I took photographs, yes, I did.
Okay. And I'm talking about inside Theater 10.
Oh, no, sir, I did not.
I apologize, that was my fault. Okay. You were in another theater.
Correct.
All right, I'm sorry. Okay. So let's make sure we get that straight. In Theater 10, you did not participate in that process in Theater 10.
No, not of the evidence collection or photography, no.
Okay. Let's go ahead and talk about January 13th, 2014. Were you employed as a forensic science investigator on that particular day?
Yes, I was.
And your duties as you have just described?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to respond to Cop Theater at 6333 Wesley Grove Boulevard, Wesley Chapel, Pasco County, Florida?
I did.
And do you recall approximately what time you arrived?
Approximately 14:29.
All right. For those of us that aren't familiar with military time, could you convert that for us?
2:29.
Were you given a particular assignment upon your arrival?
Yes, upon arrival, I was directed to the back of the theater.
You were,
I was directed to the back of the theater to meet with Detective Proctor.
okay. Was that Theater 10 or Theater 11?
It was the adjacent theater to the east, so I believe that was 11.
Okay. Did you in fact go into Theater 11?
I did.
While in Theater 11, do you know what your assignment was going to be?
It was to document the individual that Detective Proctor was interviewing.
Okay. And do you in fact write a report about what you do?
I do, yes.
And is that report assigned a unique case number with Pasco Sheriff's Office being 14001529 for this event?
That's correct.
And your report and all the evidence you collected is under that number?
Yes, sir.
All right, we have you inside theater number 11. Does an individual that was later identified to you as Curtis Reeves brought into theater number 11?
That's correct.
And if you recognize the individual that was introduced to you as Curtis Reeves, if he's in the courtroom, would you point him out, please?
Yes, he's a gentleman sitting at the table there.
Okay.
What's a gentleman?
Let's be a little more specific. Would you
Excuse me.
please tell us at least coat color?
Stipulate to identification.
Thank you.
In this particular case, were you aware that the event in the theater included a shooting?
Yes, I was.
Now, in that type of situation, is it normal practice for you to process individuals that were part of that event,
Yes, sir, it is.
whether they be a witness or a person of interest?
Correct.
And can you tell me whether or not that normal process would include photographing and, if appropriate, the collection of items of clothing the person you were processing was wearing?
Yes, that would be correct.
We have you in Theater 11. Mr. Reeves is brought into Theater 11. What was your intention at that time, knowing that Mr. Reeves was a person of interest?
My intention was to photograph the individual and to collect swabs from the hands, to collect a GSR kit, do fingernail scrapings and cuttings, and then collect the clothing.
Now, we're going to get some administrative stuff out of the way real quick, so we can just concentrate on your testimony, okay? You indicated that you took a swab.
That's correct.
All right. Would that be a buccal swab?
I did, yes.
Explain to the jury what a buccal swab is.
A buccal swab is simply a large Q-tip that we use, and we go along the inner lining of the teeth and gums, and that's for the collection of cells to be used at a later date and time.
Is a swab a sterile swab?
It is, yes.
Once that collection is made, first of all, how do you handle the sterile swab? Is it just like a cotton ball, is something on a stick? That's why give me a visual.
Oh, it's like a Q-tip, a large Q-tip.
All right, very good. Now, once that's, the material is collected by swabbing inside the mouth, what do you do with that?
Those swabs are then placed back into the package that they came in, and then that is sealed with evidence tape and then placed appropriately in a paper bag.
Now, because it's biological material, why do you use a paper bag?
Well, we use a paper bag because you want any kind of material that may be moist, any kind of biological material, to be in a bag that can breathe. So you wouldn't want to put it into plastic where mold could grow on it.
Okay. And did you, in fact, perform that function and take and utilize a sterile Q-tip and put it in Mr. Reeves' mouth?
That's correct.
And in the manner that you just described?
Yes, sir.
And did you subsequently put that into evidence?
I did.
Along with other items of clothing, did you have an occasion while you were there during the process to secure Mr. Reeves' shoes?
Yes.
And how did you secure those, and what did you do with them?
Once the shoes were removed, they were also placed into a brown paper bag and sealed.
Approach the witness, Sean.
You may.
Can I speak to Mr. Martin's question?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification with the letters G, G, G.
No, we would stipulate to the admission to evidence of that item whenever the prosecutor is ready to
All right.
request that of the court.
Thank you.
What's the next number in order?
50.
Okay. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 50. Would you go ahead and open the bag? Madam Clerk.
I forgot to.
Thank you. Would you like me to remove the item?
First of all, it's already in evidence. So is that Mr. Reeves' shoes that you collected?
Yes, it is one shoe.
One shoe.
Correct.
All right, will you go ahead and pull it up? And Your Honor, may the witness step down and allow the jury very briefly to look at the shoe, and so they make whatever observations they will make.
Yes, the shoe will be admitted as number 50, and she can show.
Of course, Your Honor, they'll get to see it later. Would you go ahead and place that back in the plan, please? You just stay right there. And now, after the clothes were taken, was Mr. Reeves provided some type of clothing to wear for the remainder of the processing?
Yes, he was placed in a Tyvek suit, which is just a white protective suit.
Now, prior to him being placed in that particular suit, did you do some photographing of Mr. Reeves?
I did,
And where did that take place?
within the theater.
When the photograph processing took place, did it begin before you seized Mr. Reeves' clothes?
Yes, it did.
Would the photographs that you took then depict the clothes he was wearing at the time he was brought into theater number 11?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, we mentioned that you had a camera, right?
That's correct, yes.
Is that particular camera digital or film?
That's a digital camera.
Let's talk about that just a little bit. That particular camera being a digital camera, can you tell us whether or not that camera, other than recording the photograph that is taken, along with taking the photograph, tell us whether or not it simultaneously records other data associated with that photograph?
Oh, it does. It records metadata.
All right, and what is metadata?
Metadata is information that more or less is embedded into the image, so you are able to look up some information such as your shutter speed, your ISO, or the time and the date.
All right, when you say the time, what time are we talking about?
We're talking about the actual time of the picture being taken.
Okay, the actual time that the shutter opens and closes.
Correct.
It records the time.
Yes.
All right. Does that time have to be set manually when the camera is first put in use?
It does.
And in this particular case, was that particular camera, whether you set it or someone else, was the camera set up so that when the picture was taken, the time of the photograph is recorded in the metadata?
Correct.
In this particular case, did you have occasion to look at the camera itself as far as the time was set and check it in some sort of way that you knew that you're in the afternoon, so the time was consistent with the time of day you were taking the photograph, consistent approximately with your watch?
Yes,
Yeah.
that information was entered into the camera when I received it.
And was it consistent with the time of day and consistent with what you knew the time specifically was when you took the picture?
Yes.
Okay. As far as the setting, did you allow the camera to automatically set the setting for the lighting conditions, or did you manually set a setting?
It was automatic, yes.
And when you took the photograph, did you use any type of external flash?
I did have an external flash on the camera.
And explain to us what an external flash is.
Well, typically on a digital camera, you have a pop-up lens that's usually built into the camera, But if you need more lighting, there is an external flash that would be mounted onto the top of a digital camera.
All right. And does the automatic setting also control the flash,
It does,
the external flash?
yes.
Approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Your Honor, likewise with these exhibits, the photographs, defense has no objection to having those items admitted to evidence whenever the prosecutor is ready to request of the court.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
For the purpose of the record, I'm showing the witness what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit AAA, JPEG number 2116637. Marked for identification BBB, JPEG number 2116649. Marked for identification CCC, JPEG number 2116649. Marked for identification DDD, JPEG number 2116652. And finally, marked for identification EEE, JPEG number 2116637. Would you look at these photographs and let me know if you recognize them? Well, first, I'll give you a chance to look at each one of them.
Yes, sir, I recognize those.
Are those the photographs that you took on January 13, 2014, inside theater number 11 at the Grove Theater of Mr. Curtis Reeves?
Yes, they are.
And if the individual that you were introduced to as Curtis Reeves is in the courtroom?
Yes, he is.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, I would, next in order for AAA, just for the record, will be
51,
BBB, the exhibit number.
52,
Next in order is CCC,
53,
and I think I can figure it out from there. We'll just do it. So it'll be 53, the next in order will be 54, which is DDD, and the next in order, EEE, would be 55.
correct.
Right. Your Honor, so to facilitate the use of the photographs, I'm not going to use the Elmo, but may I stand? And now that they're in evidence, may I have the witness step down? We'll publish the jury, and if I, with the court's permission, continue with the testimony with the aid of the photographs. Is that acceptable, Your Honor?
Like you're going to have her pointing to it as you go along, or?
No. Well, I'm going to have her point where the metadata is so they know what we're talking about. And then it's just, she took these photographs, but she needs to explain the metadata. That's something you don't normally get with a picture.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you can reposition if you need to.
Okay. All right, would you step down, please? And if you would stand right here, I'm going to give you State's Exhibit number 51. And who is that?
This is Curtis Reeves.
All right. Now, we talked about the metadata. Show the jury where that is and what we're talking about.
That's the information that is along the right side of the photograph. And as you can see, it has different delineations of the information there.
As far as the metadata on State's Exhibit number 51, at what time on January 13, 2014 was that photograph taken?
So this is indicating that the photograph was taken at 3:44 p.m.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 52. Again, we have the metadata. Will you show that where the jury is?
The information is right along here, and it's depicting the same thing as the previous photograph. It's got the date and the time and other specifics about the photograph.
And what time does the metadata indicate that State's Exhibit number 52 was taken?
This one says it was 4:03 p.m.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 55, and that is a photograph of who?
This is a photograph of Curtis Reeves.
Taken on January 13th.
That's correct.
And that particular photograph depicts what part of his body?
This is the frontal view of the torso as he is sitting in the seat at the theater.
All right. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 53. You show that to the jury, and who is that?
This is also Curtis Reeves.
And that photograph represents what?
This is going to be the left side of the face.
All right. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 54. Who is that, and what does it represent?
This is Curtis Reeves, and this photograph is depicting the right side of the face.
Okay. I want you to go back to 55. What color shirt is Mr. Reeves wearing?
This is a blue button-down shirt.
Okay. And then using State's Exhibits 54 and 53, was he wearing the same blue shirt in those?
No, sir. This is the white protective suit that I mentioned earlier.
And so that was taken after you seized the clothes?
Correct.
And was that particular, those two particular pictures taken contemporaneous, if you will, with State's Exhibit number 52, because we're seeing the white Kydex?
Yes, that's correct.
And let me ask you the same question with State's Exhibit number 55, comparing it to State's Exhibit number 51. We see the blue shirt. So State's Exhibit number 55, was that taken contemporaneous with the State's Exhibit 51?
Yes, that is correct. They're the same.
Have a seat. When I was introducing those photographs, you heard me refer to a number, and I said JPEG number. Remember that?
Yes.
Explain to the jury where the state got that information. Why is that on that particular picture?
Well, that is part of the metadata from the camera that gets printed out on the side of that photo.
Every time the shutter flashes?
Yes, it has its own unique number, correct.
Okay. After completing that particular assignment, did you have an occasion to go to the medical examiner's office to collect evidence?
Yes, I did.
And do you recall that occurring a couple of days after?
It did. It happened on the Wednesday following.
For districts, for the medical examiner's office in this district, it covers Pinellas and Pasco.
That is correct.
Where is the medical examiner's office for this area?
It is located off Almerton Road in Largo.
And is that where you went?
It is.
Why did you go there on the 15th?
That was to respond down there and pick up items collected during autopsy and bring them back to the sheriff's office to put them into evidence.
And is that your normal procedure?
It is, yes.
Now, had the autopsy already been completed?
It had been completed.
The evidence that you collected, was that collected by the individual performing the autopsy along with maybe members of the staff?
That's correct.
All right. Is there a procedure when you go to the medical examiner's office, when you go there to collect evidence, certain forms that you have to fill out and speak to a particular individual?
Yes, you have to talk to the lab personnel who will have you sign a chain of custody form for the items. And then upon coming back to the sheriff's office, an additional chain of custody form is filled out.
All right. As we mentioned with the Pasco Sheriff's Office, based on your experience in dealing with the medical examiner's office, does the medical examiner's office give each of their case unique number?
They do,
And you're provided with that number?
yes.
So you can cross-reference the sheriff's office number with the medical examiner's number to know that that particular evidence goes with this case?
That's correct.
Did you have make contact with a representative authorized to release evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
All right. And did you in fact follow the procedure that you just explained?
I did.
Now, once you receive that, those items, do you repackage it in any way?
Yes, upon return to the sheriff's office, they are packaged in another brown paper bag, and then they are sealed, and then I am giving it an item number with my initials on it.
Approach, Your Honor. Let me show you State's Exhibit HHH, marked for identification, and State's Exhibit III, marked for identification. Would you look at the outside of the package and tell me whether or not you recognize that?
And again, Your Honor, defense has no objection to the design of
Thank you.
Do you recognize both of those items?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize them?
It has the associated case number, the date, and it has my initials and the item number. It also has my signature on the bags.
Your Honor, based on the stipulation by Mr. Michaels, the state would move into evidence HHH next in order,
56,
and III.
57.
What I'd like for you to do, please, if you would, State's Exhibit number 57. Well, first of all, let me talk about State's Exhibit number 56. That's a buccal swab from the medical examiner's office,
That's correct.
and you know it to be from, the buccal swab was obtained by Chad Oulson, from Chad Oulson.
Yes,
You didn't do that.
I did not do
The
that.
medical examiner's office did.
That's correct.
Okay, so we'll just put that one aside since you didn't actually perform that. Let's look at III, which is, I'm sorry, 57. What is that?
This item is projectile fragments from chest.
Okay, would you go ahead and open that, please?
Yes.
Careful.
Let's do it this way.
Okay, inside that item bag, do you recognize the evidence that you picked up from the medical examiner's office?
Yes, I do.
All right. And how do you recognize it?
It is labeled with the medical examiner's identification number and tape.
Very good. Can you put that back in, please? And that is what?
So this is the projectile fragments from the chest. Do you want the shoes?
Yep. Put that back in the bag. a moment, Your Honor. Madam Clerk. Here's the photograph. Thank you, Mayor. I'm welcome.
You may.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Thank you. Cross?
All right, when you responded to the Cobb Theater back in January of 2014, you met with Captain Steffens, correct?
That's correct.
And he was kind of in charge of the forensic people at the scene.
Yes, sir.
And you were tasked with what's called processing Mr. Reeves.
Yes,
To process Mr. Reeves, you went to this movie theater that wasn't being used, it was empty,
that's correct.
and it wasn't the scene of whatever it was at that point they were investigating, correct?
Correct.
In terms of the number, you didn't know the number until the prosecutor told you today it was 11, right?
I knew it was adjacent to the theater that had been involved.
So 9 or 11,
Correct.
if
To the
they're,
east.
if they're numbered sequentially.
Yes,
Now, by processing Mr. Reeves, you collect his shirt,
I did.
the blue shirt we see in the photograph.
Correct.
You do some nail clippings,
I did.
right hand nail clippings and left hand nail clippings.
Correct.
And then what you do with the clippers, you actually preserve those too,
I do.
so that any of the potential biological information, DNA, et cetera, would be on the nails and also on the fingernails, on the fingernail clippers potentially, right?
That could be, yes.
Okay, and that's why you preserve that.
Correct.
You also did some scrapings under the fingernails,
Yes,
I imagine before you clipped them.
exactly.
And then you do swabs of both hands,
Correct.
and you do a gunshot residue kit,
Yes.
which is essentially putting like little stickies, is that right, on fingertips?
Well, yes, what that is basically plastic canisters with an adhesive backing to them. And you use those canisters and you apply them to the backs of the hands and to the palms of the hands.
Okay, and in this case, you did just the right hand, is that right?
No, I would have done both hands.
Okay, and do you know that you did both?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you also talked about this buccal swab. Let's talk a little bit about that. You described it as a Q-tip, and from what I've seen, it's kind of like, almost like a long, kind of wide coffee stirrer, right? Because it's flat.
Yes,
The item that you're collecting the buccal sample with.
correct.
And then the top is like a Q-tip, but again, it's flat and kind of wide.
It looks very similar to a large Q-tip.
Okay, but flattened.
Flattened, it has a little bit of substance there, cotton substance. I don't know that it's flat.
And that's because what you do is actually run it into the mouth, the gums,
Correct, yes.
the tongue, all inside the mouth, inside
All
the cheeks
inside-
as well,
yes.
right?
Inside the cheeks, yes.
And that's to capture DNA,
Correct.
okay? Because that's what the buccal swab is used for. You do that collection, so down the road, anybody who's wants to can use that as a sample to get DNA off of that.
Yes,
Okay. And in this particular case, you went to the theater, kind of going into the back door as opposed to going through the lobby and all of that.
yes.
And you encountered, you said Detective Proctor?
Detective Proctor
Okay, so Proctor is the one that guided you to Mr. Reeves?
and Detective Koenig,
Okay, they were together.
yes.
And so you take Mr. Reeves into this theater to process him.
That's correct.
And to take photographs is part of you processing Mr. Reeves.
It is.
And so in this case, what you do as a forensic investigator is you're gonna look over the subject that you're gonna photograph.
Yes.
Okay? And the things that you notice, you might make sure that you capture the best you can photographically.
Yes.
In this case, what you noticed was some redness on the eyelid of Mr. Reeves.
I did.
And that's redness that you noticed, right?
I did notice that, yes.
In other words, the detective didn't instruct you, hey, he's complaining of redness or he's complaining of an injury, look at that. This is something you did independently of anybody talking to you about it, right?
Yeah, I don't recall if there was any mention of anything like that, but I did observe that and I photographed it.
Okay, let me ask you specifically. Detectives did not point out the redness to you, right?
I don't believe they did, no.
Well, did they point out the redness to you or not?
Nobody,
She answered the question. Now it's argumentative.
Sustained.
Do you know for sure?
I'll allow that. Overruled.
Do you know for sure?
I do not believe anybody pointed it out to me, no.
Okay. And certainly Mr. Reeves didn't point it out to you and say, my eye hurts, take a look at it.
I don't recall him doing that, no.
Well, did he?
I don't recall him doing that, no.
Okay. If I show you something, there was a hearing on this case a couple years back. If I show you something, would it help to refresh your recollection? Since you don't remember?
Oh, sure.
Okay. Page 960, line 15, court proceeding. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
All right. And I'm going to direct your attention to lines 14 through 24 to keep things in context for you, okay?
Okay, yes, sir.
All right. Your Honor, may I?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you.
What I showed you was some prior testimony. You recall that now?
Yes,
All right.
correct.
And so, in reading that and looking at that, you would agree with me that the detective did not point it out to you,
Yes,
the redness, correct?
correct.
And Mr. Reeves did not mention it to you, correct?
Correct.
It was your observation that led you to photograph the eyelid.
It was.
Nothing further, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
You'll be released by the state, Your Honor.
About defense?
She's under subpoena, so.
Okay. All right, Ms. Miller, you're free to go today. There's a possibility you could get called back. You'll need to come if you do.
All right, thank you.
Who's next?
Dr. John Thogmartin. Approach, Your Honor, while the witness comes in.
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you shall give in this call to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes. Good morning.
Good morning.
Doctor, if you would, state your name for the records. Spell your last name for the court reporter.
My name is John Russell Thogmartin, Thogmartin, first name Jon.
All right, sir. And if you would, during the course of our direct examination, if you direct your comments to the jury, and if you have an autopsy report with you, if you feel necessary to refer to it, please let me know, and we'll get the court's permission for you to do that.
Okay?
All right, thank you, sir. All right, let's start from the very beginning. What is your name,
John Russell Thogmartin.
and how are you employed?
I'm the District 6 Medical Examiner.
How many districts are there in the state of Florida for medical examiners?
24.
All right. District 6 includes what area of the state of Florida?
It's the same thing as the 6th Judicial Circuit. It's Pasco and Pinellas counties.
Where is your office, where is the medical examiner's office located for the District 6?
It's in Largo, Florida.
Is that the only building within the district?
Yes.
And that services both Pinellas and Pasco County?
Yes.
Before we talk about you a little bit, let's talk about your lab. Along with the medical examiner's office, are there any other services that are provided out of that location?
Yes. The Pinellas County Crime Laboratory is also there, and I employ those people as well.
As far as the medical examiner's office, is your laboratory accredited?
Yes.
Explain to the jury what that is and the process you have to go through to be designated as an accredited medical examiner's office.
Well, our medical examiner office is accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners. And what they look at is, is your building good enough to meet the standard? Do you have sufficient staffing? Is your workload commensurate with your staffing? Somebody like me, do I have appropriate board certifications? Do my staff have appropriate board certifications? Mostly just a checklist of items that make sure that you produce your work in a timely manner and up to their standard. And it's the same thing with the laboratory, the forensic laboratory, the crime laboratory. They're accredited as well by another organization, and it's a very similar, stringent, scientific, and workload standard.
Are you periodically audited to make sure that you continue to maintain those standards?
Yes.
And since obtaining that accreditation, have you been audited?
Yes.
I'm going to break it down in two different areas. As we speak today, is your medical examiner's office accredited?
Yes.
Back in 2014, was it accredited?
Yes.
Now let's talk about you a little bit, all right?
Okay.
All right. Dr. Thogmartin, give us the training and education that you have to go through so that you meet the accreditation requirements to be a medical examiner.
Well, I have a degree in medicine. I graduated from medical school in San Antonio, Texas in 1990. I then did a 5-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, also in San Antonio in the hospitals there. Finished that in 1995. And then I moved to Florida to do fellowship in Dade County, Florida. They have a really good fellowship program there, so that's a 6-year postgraduate training. Finished that in 96.
Okay. And as far as the degree and as far as anatomical, you used a word that maybe not everyone in this courtroom might be familiar with. What is that?
Well, I'm trained in 3 areas of pathology, and I'm board certified in each of those areas. It's anatomic pathology, clinical pathology, and forensic pathology. And it's really kind of neat how those are separated into each other. Anatomic pathology is diagnosing things in solid human tissue, like, tumors, solid tumors, breast tumors, things like that. And then clinical pathology is diagnosing things in the fluids of the human body, blood, cerebral spinal fluid, urine. So clinical is fluid, anatomical is solid. And that's the way I divide it up. I think that's the easiest way to explain it. Now, forensic pathology is actually a subspecialty of anatomic pathology. And it deals with taking the autopsy and that you learn about, in medical school, applying it to traumatic cases, and then being able to present viable scientific testimony regarding those cases in court.
And you are board certified in each of those areas.
Yes.
What does it mean to be board certified?
You take a really hard test and you pass it, and then you're board certified.
Okay. In order to maintain your board certificate, is there a continuing education that you periodically have to go through?
Well, yes, for your medical license, you have to have a certain number of continuing medical education hours. All doctors have to do that.
As we speak today, are you currently licensed in the Florida, and your license is in good standing as far as being a medical doctor?
Yes.
In 2014, the same question, were you licensed, and was your medical license in good standing as a medical doctor?
Yes.
When we talk about the services that are performed within the medical examiner's office, do you perform autopsies?
Yes.
We're going to talk about that in a little bit and define it. But is that part of your duties to perform autopsies?
Yes.
And how many do you think you performed as we speak?
5,000 plus is kind of my standard answer.
Okay, and back in 2014, yeah.
It was about that. I mean, one time I did, many years ago, I counted up as I was at 3,500, so it's been quite a few since then. So I'd say 5,000 or so, maybe a little more by now.
Okay. In the past, have you testified and been allowed to render your opinion as to cause of death in a particular case?
Yes.
More specifically, regarding the cause of death, have you been allowed to render your opinion as to whether or not the cause of death was, in fact, a gunshot wound?
Yes.
And again, can you give us the ballpark about how many gunshot cases you've been part of and investigated?
There have been many gunshot wounds. Some of them are even multi-gunshot wounds. Most cases are suicide by gunshot wound, but it's one of the most common cause of death. I would say ballpark, it has to be near or around 1,000, I would say.
Right. When investigating as part of your performance as a forensic pathology, does each gunshot wound case you do give you an opportunity to confirm and learn how a particular projectile can affect tissue and bones within the body?
Yeah, every case, the gunshot wounds are similar, but you learn, basically what tissues are dense enough to stop a bullet, what it takes, with different calibers, and you learn a little something with every single case you perform.
Right. And would that also include those things that over the years and based on that experience, that as a forensic pathologist, as we speak today, you can assist the jury as far as determining the path and direction of a projectile through the skin?
Yes.
Okay, and we're going to talk about it a little bit, but that's how you acquire that information, is through years of experience.
Yeah, training, experience, education, yes.
We're going to spend some time talking about the autopsy and the finding in the autopsy. I will be using, and you will be using, terms that maybe not everyone in the courtroom is familiar with. Let's just spend a few minutes defining some of those terms that are unique to this case, so we have when I ask you the questions, we're all on the same page as far as the definition, okay?
Okay.
Okay. First of all, we use the term autopsy. Tell us what an autopsy is.
Well, an autopsy means to see for oneself. It's a medical, surgical procedure involving the external and internal examination of a deceased human body, and to try to determine why the person is deceased. It's that simple.
Okay. You mentioned to us what a forensic pathologist is. Can you just go ahead and remind them and expand on that just a little bit? Because that's the role you're playing today, correct?
Yes.
All right.
Well, a forensic pathologist is a medical doctor that basically works at a medical examiner office most of the time. And what we do is we're experts on evaluating injuries of the human body. Most all the time, those are on deceased people's. My current practice is virtually exclusively with decedents, 99.99% of the time, I'd say. So we do an examination, we do a full death investigation. So for a death investigation, you need to do an autopsy, of course, but also there's the information, the context of the death. So you could give me a gunshot wound to the chest, and it could be an accident manner. It could be an unintentional injury. Somebody could have been shot accidentally. It could be a suicide where somebody shot themselves on purpose, or it could be a homicide where another person shot them. You need the context of it to figure it out. And also it helps with directionality and also with cause of death. So you have to do a full death investigation involving circumstances and autopsy, and then we certify the cause of death. So we fill out a death certificate that gives a cause of death and manner of death. That's basically the whole job. And then I think we have sort of a public health role. What's your homicide rate in your area? What's your suicide rate? Are your drug ODs going up or down? What problem does your community have that's killing people? I think that's really one of our main purposes of spending public money and doing all this work, is to try to help people and improve the health of a community.
When we talk about an autopsy, and as a forensic pathologist, as the autopsy is being performed, are you documenting your findings, contemporaneous with what you see?
Yes, I use voice-to-text software, so as I'm examining the body, I'm doing a dictation, and it's putting it right into an electronic document.
Does the autopsy examination include both an external and an internal?
Yes.
Does the autopsy examination include not only report, but photographs?
Yes.
Now, let me talk about photograph just a little bit. You mentioned that 99% of your case is with a deceased. Is it acceptable and common practice that a forensic pathologist can use photographs and look at them and derive certain information from them as if they were looking at the body itself?
Yes, I mean, it's routine. For instance, I do the photographs because it's for preservation of what occurred at the autopsy, certain important aspects. You do the photographs that you may have to present in court. I mean, I could pass away in a car accident and not be here to testify. One of my colleagues would use my report and my photographs to testify in my place. So that's one of the reasons. And also we do the photographs as a demonstration in court to show people like yourselves what we saw. And they're demonstrative aids. They, represent what we saw. And it's pretty routine.
Right. Along those same lines, you mentioned that doing an investigation and placing things in content is important in your work, correct?
Yes.
Is it also acceptable for a forensic pathologist to use photographs of an injured party that that did not die, but was injured at the same time as the deceased to draw certain opinions and conclusions?
It's happened. It's not very often. I mean, my job is cause and manner of death, but I have been shown photographs of other people, like the ones around the other person, maybe the perpetrator, and they ask me, you know, what do you think of these hands, or what do you think of this injury here? I mean, I guess the most common would be the person, like the suspect's hands would probably be the most common one, or somebody else was injured. That happens. It's not frequent. I'd say, you know, a couple of dozen times in my career, maybe a few more.
Have you had the life experience of being involved in a case where there is in fact one gunshot and there's multiple intervening objects before the projectile finally hits the torso of an individual?
Yes.
And have you had the life experience in that same scenario where the intervening object is not only an extremity of the deceased, but someone in close proximity of that individual?
Yes, I've had, you know, other limbs, the person's own limbs, the person's own legs, doors, jewelry they're wearing, clothing, objects in pockets. So, you know, when a bullet travels towards someone, it'll penetrate everything, unless it's like steel or body armor or something, eventually scrubbing velocity at every layer of something it goes through to eventually hit the person. So a lot of times bullets, I've had them go through walls and kill people. So many different possible scenarios on what it can or will not penetrate.
Would that also include extremities of other individuals close to the deceased?
It's happened, yes. Somebody else's hand is quite frequent. Sometimes people put even the shooters will put the bullet through their own hand. But most frequently, the most frequent intermediate target, I think, is clothing, obviously. If you're wearing clothes are an intermediate target between the bullet and your body. I guess the next most frequent would be your own extremity, putting your hand up, the arm or leg is in the way, and the bullet goes right through your own arm and then into you. Through here is very frequent, and then into your chest. So that's probably the most frequent.
I mentioned to you, or asked you whether or not you've been allowed to render opinion as to cause of death. Are you limited in as far as the cause of death, as far as how it's described? As an example, natural?
Yeah, cause of death is different. What you're describing is manner of death, so cause of death
I
is...
apologize, I used the wrong word.
Okay.
That's why you're out there.
Cause of death is, you know, it's the illness or injury that leads to the physiologic process that results in death. So there's many of those: breast cancer, heart attack, brain tumors, bullet wounds, lightning strikes. So probably 1 billion of those. Different ways of wording it as well. But manner of death, you only have 5. And that's based upon the context of the death or how the injury or lack of it. If there's no injury, it'll be a natural. But if there's an injury, you have manners of death that you can assign. There's 5 of them. 1, the most common manner of death is natural. There's no injury. You died of natural disease, heart attack, cancer, brain tumor, stuff like that. Then there's homicide. 1 person killed you. A person or persons killed you. 1 person kills another. And then there's accident, car accident, lightning strike, shark attack. Those would be unintentional injuries, acts of God. So that's accident. Then the other is suicide. Somebody brings about their own death. They hang themselves, they shoot themselves. And then the last one would be, I can't assign a manner of death. I can't decide between 2 or 3 of them because I'm not sure if it's a suicide or an accident, or I'm not sure what occurred. I've got a skeleton laying out in a cornfield and they're just bleached bones. I have no idea what happened. So I will assign a manner of death of undetermined, or now it's being certified as cannot be determined. You just can't tell what the context was, or you can't tell between two different manners. And that's your limit. And it's a medical statistical determination. Vital Statistics in Jacksonville uses it to create a report that shows this county's homicide rate, for instance, or this county's number of accidents they have, things like that.
We're going to be using some terms, medical terms, and I'm going to ask you to define some of those that may come up during our direct examination. And there's no particular order. We'll just take them one at a time. Would you please explain to the jury and define what is a penetrating gunshot wound?
Okay. I classify penetrating gunshot wounds as the bullet goes in and doesn't come out. So there's a hole where the bullet went in, and inside the person is a bullet or bullet pieces. So it penetrated the body. If it goes all the way through, I call it perforating. So there'd be an entrance hole and an exit hole. It perforated the body.
Okay. I want to talk about body position. There's specific terms used in your profession, anterior and posterior. Explain to us what that is and the difference between the two.
Well, anterior is front, the front of the body, the face, the chest, the front of the legs. Posterior is the back side of the body, your back, the back of your thighs, your calves. So posterior, anterior.
When you get to the extremities, is there something you have to kind of keep in mind?
Yeah, I can show you if you want.
May he just step up so you can show the jury?
Yes, you can.
With the upper extremities, because we can do this with our forearms, we can move them. So if you're talking about anterior, it's the body in the anatomic position, which is palms forward. So all this is anterior. This is posterior. So this, when I'm describing stuff, everything is, the body is like this. So if I say right or left, and anterior, posterior, keep in mind it's like this. It's the decedent's right, the decedent's left.
Along those same lines, let's talk about anatomical position. We're going to use that term describing certain locations and how people are. Tell us what anatomical position is.
I just did, I think.
Well, would it include leaning, squatting in different positions?
Well, you know, when I'm describing the wound, I do it in the anatomical position, but, you know, when the injury occurred, you can be in a different position. I mean, the human body is not the Tin Man from the Wizard of Oz, you know, standing like this, you know, always in the anatomic position. You know, the person can do this, bend over, twist, move their arms this way. So when I'm describing wounds and directions of bullets and stuff like that, it may not make sense unless you keep in mind I'm describing it anatomically, but what position were they in when the injury occurred may seem kind of confusing, but when you put it all together, now, oh, I see how it went through here, then it hit here. It makes more sense when you consider the injuries in the description in the context of where the person was, how the person was positioned, where their arms were, and what they were doing when the injury occurred.
One of the terms we're going to be talking about is intermediate range grazing gunshot wound. I know that's a mouthful. Break it down for us and tell me what we're talking about.
You know, I think a lot of these terms are unnecessarily complex, but it's kind of common sense. A lot of my work is nice in that it's common sense. Grazed gunshot wound, you know, that's very descriptive. It means that the bullet flying through the air grazed the skin. So it makes like a trough or a cut, gouges the skin. It doesn't fully go in the body. It just causes a skin wound or soft tissue injury. Now, if there's ones that'll almost go in and kind of tunnel under the skin, but then there's ones that just touch the edge of the skin, and there's certain characteristics of that. And when you're talking intermediate range, so we have types of wounds: penetrating, perforating, and graze. when you're talking, then you talk range of fire. There's 3 ranges of fire that forensic pathologists describe, and that's what we see on the skin. We base that on the skin and the body. You have contact range, where the muzzle's pressed up right on the skin when the gun is fired. The muzzle of the gun is right there on the skin. And then you have intermediate range. That's where the muzzle's away from the skin, maybe like, say, half an inch or an inch away. And all the way out to 18 to 24 inches, that's intermediate range. And then beyond 24, 18 inches, you have distant range, or we call it undetermined range. And I can explain each one of those.
Okay. Another term we're going to be using is stippling. Tell us what that is in your profession.
Stippling is it's also called powder tattooing, and it is a hallmark of an intermediate range gunshot wound. And the reason that you have stippling, also known as powder tattooing, associated with an intermediate range gunshot wound is that when a gun is fired, obviously the bullet comes out. Pretty common sense. But there's gunpowder that has been ignited and it is burning and it's creating gas that pushes the bullet out. So out of the muzzle comes bullet, out of the muzzle comes flame, out of the muzzle comes gas, and since the guns are not 100% efficient, they don't burn all the powder. There's also pellets or little fragments of powder that come out. Some even come out slightly ahead of the bullet. But so you have the bullet coming out, and then I have this dust of powder particles that come out. And they have energy. And if the gun is sufficiently close to the skin, the bullet will go through and the powder will hit the skin, embed in the skin, and actually make a tattoo, very similar to getting an actual tattoo. And you'll have little bits of powder in there, and you'll have little bit of hemorrhage here, and it'll look, we call it stippling or powder tattooing. It will happen when the gun is, let's say, close to the skin, an inch, all the way out to maybe 18 inches, maybe even to 24, depending on the gun.
And that takes us back to your definition of contact, intermediate, and distant or undetermined.
That's correct.
All right. While we're talking about the stippling, and I mentioned from close to contact to intermediate to distance undetermined, this cone, is it like a shotgun? You know, it's not rifled. Does it come out and the further you go, it spreads further, or does it stay a direct path like the bullet?
It would, yeah, it's very similar to like a shotgun being fired with birdshot. Very similar, although much less powerful. You have little particles, like maybe you have, sometimes gunpowder is ball powder. It's like little balls. And it comes out, and what it does is you'll have a cone of this stuff come out. If you're closer, the stippling around the wound will be really tight. And as you get further away, it gets looser and looser, and the stippling is more faint, and it's less dense, and it's more spread out. And eventually, when you're further enough away, again, depending on the caliber of the gun, the barrel length, the type of powder, the speed of burning of different powders, eventually the powder, since it's so lightweight, the wind resistance, the air resistance, causes it to decelerate, and it'll not have sufficient velocity to penetrate and stick into the skin. So at, like, say, 18 to 24 inches, it loses all its momentum. It may dust the skin and just fall right off. But if you get closer, it's got enough energy to stick in. And you'll see it as you get further away. It gets thinner and thinner, fainter and fainter, and more spread out until eventually you don't get it anymore when you're further enough away.
And that does assist you in making an estimate as far as distance from muzzle to target.
Yes, you can make a reasonably scientific, educated theory about how far within a range.
One last term that we will maybe use is bullet wipe. What is that?
Well, bullet wipe, again, you know, you're firing a bullet down a barrel, and guns are not always the cleanest thing in the world. They're not emission-free. So you can have, depending on the bullet type, the cleanliness of the gun, how often it was shot, how often it was clean, the bullet can actually have soot or dirt or even copper or lead on the side of it that's loose. And when it penetrates into the skin, no matter what the distance, you can have a little bit of that dirt, soot, whatever, wiped on the skin.
Would that be one of the indications trying to distinguish a bullet wound from some other type of puncture wound?
What was that now?
I'm sorry. Would that be one of the things that you would consider in distinguishing a gunshot wound from a puncture wound?
Yeah, it does help. It does help. That would be, yeah, if you have, and also when bullets go in, they have they tend to, particularly if they're flying straight, it's really nice to see this. They push in, even though they go really fast and they're making a hole, they tend to push in, and what you end up with is a marginal abrasion around the entry. So you have a hole, and then around that you may have anywhere from a 1, 2, or 3 millimeter abrasion, like a skin knee, kind of like a little donut of abrasion around it, depending on the bullet, the gun, etc.
Let's go ahead and talk about the facts in this case. On January 14th, 2014, a little after noontime, did you have an occasion to conduct an autopsy on Chad Oulson?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, would you read the stipulation?
Ladies and gentlemen, as I've read to you before, I'm going to read you the stipulation instruction. When lawyers agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact. You must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept as true is that the counsel for defense and state hereby stipulate and agree that the individual who was shot on January 13th, 2014 inside Theater 10 at Cobb Theater is that of the alleged victim in the above styled case, Chad Wayne Oulson, a human being, and that he is dead.
You mentioned to us that contemporaneous with the autopsy, it's your practice to dictate as you make your findings and also take photographs.
That's correct.
Prior to coming to the courtroom today, did you in fact have an opportunity to review your notes, your autopsy reports, and the photographs that you took in this particular case?
Yes.
Also, prior to coming into the courtroom today, did you have an opportunity to look at photographs of injuries to a hand that was, that you were provided information belonged to Nicole Oulson, the wife of Chad Oulson?
Yes.
Okay. At the time that you conducted the autopsy, did you know that the facts of the case included one gunshot?
Yes.
At the time of the autopsy, did you know that Mrs. Oulson's hand was also injured by that same one gunshot that killed Mr. Oulson?
I believe so. I think I heard that anecdotally.
Let's go to January 13th, 2014. Were you notified by the hospital in Wesley Chapel that Mr. Oulson had died?
My office was, I have investigators that work in Pasco County, and Dustin Daly, one of my investigators, was notified.
Right. The information that you originally obtained, did it indicate that Dr. Contrell had pronounced him dead at the hospital.
That is in the medical record, yes. It was, that physician did pronounce him dead.
And what is your procedure once you've notified that an individual has been pronounced dead and possibility? And what is your procedure once you're notified?
Well, under 406.11 and 406.12, any person that knows a case like this, where there's a gunshot wound, is obligated to report it to the medical examiner. What we do is we do a death investigation. We get the circumstances, and then the body is transported by my employees to the office. We do weigh and measure the body, do an external exam, and the external exams are pretty routine. What you're looking for is signs of what may have caused death. In a case like Mr. Oulson's, it's unfortunate for him, but at the same time, it's kind of obvious, what caused his death. He had an obvious single gunshot wound to his chest that really caused his death. He also had a grazing gunshot wound to his right wrist area.
Once you are part of that process where you go and you pick up Mr. Oulson's body, bring it back to the medical examiner's office, is it your practice that your office assigns a unique medical examiner report number to this case? In particular, in this particular case, was that number 5140066?
Yes.
Would that report be reflected on the autopsy?
Yes.
And would that number also be used to reference any photographs that you may have taken during the autopsy?
Yes.
Would it also reference to any foreign objects that you would have removed from the body?
Yes.
It's all cross-referenced,
Yes.
that number, all right. Now, I mentioned photographs. Prior to coming into the courtroom today, did you assist the Office of the State Attorney in selecting photographs that you felt would be helpful in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may. Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought we did look at them. I apologize. Let me show you what's been marked for identification as JJJ, JPEG number M51400066-017. I'll also show you what's been marked for identification as KKK, JPEG number M51400066-022. And also marked for identification LLL, JPEG photograph M51400066-032. Would you look at each of those photographs and tell me if you recognize them?
Defense has no objection to the admission of those photos or the use of them in explaining
Thank you.
testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Michaels.
Yes, these are photographs of Mr. Oulson shortly before the autopsy was performed, showing his wounds.
And would those photographs be helpful in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
Let's begin by discussing the external examination. Is it part of the autopsy to take certain measurements, height, weight of the deceased?
Yes.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
the height of Mr. Oulson, what was it determined to be
He
by
was
you?
76 inches or 6'4"
How did you make that determination?
with a ruler. We just measure him as he's there on the table.
Okay. As far as the weight,
We weigh him on the table, subtracting the weight of the table. At death, he weighed 205 pounds.
so let's talk about the external examination. When you conducted it, I want to begin with the torso area, then we'll work to the extremities, okay?
Okay?
All right, so let's begin with the torso area. During the external examination, did you in fact find an injury in the torso?
Yes.
Okay, and what was that?
He had a gunshot entrance wound of his left side of his chest, basically over where your heart would be.
Okay. Now, what I'd like to do is, first of all, let's kind of place it where it is. Did you take measurements so that you could go back and recreate where it was specifically in the chest area?
It typically, whatever the wound, if there's a significant wound, it could be any type of wound, will orient the wound generally. And what I do is I measure the distance from the top of the head, and then I typically measure from the level of the shoulder area, and then I measure how far to the right or the left of the midline the wound is.
Okay.
So you're getting a reasonably understandable measurement of where it is, not just on the left side of the chest. A little bit more specific that way.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes.
And what were your measurements?
16.5 inches below the top of the head, and then 7.5 inches below the level of the mid-shoulders, and then 1.5 inches to the left of the anterior midline. That would be this, right in the midline here. So 1.5 inches over.
And why do you measure from the head down?
Well, it's the closest place. I mean, I know a lot of people measure from the feet up, even when the injury's in the head, but that's less accurate. What I always typically do, if you want to know how far the wound was from the sole of the foot, say, you just take their height and subtract the distance from the head, and you get the sole of the foot. If the injury is below the waist, I'll do it from the sole of the foot. It's just, you're trying to orient it to the body best you can.
And what was it about the injury that you saw from just external examination that led you to conclude that it was a gunshot wound?
Again, the circumstances. I mean, maybe you could say, knowing that people have to report it to the ME and they say, this gentleman has a gunshot wound. And then I see the wound, I do an x-ray on him before doing the autopsy, and he's got a bullet core and a jacket clearly visible in the x-ray, and I've got a hole that a little bit of an atypical look to it, and that's explainable, but he's been shot. It's 100% certainty this is a gunshot wound even before I opened his body.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, at this time I would move into evidence marked for identification JJJ, next in order.
58. That'll be admitted as 58.
KKK, next in order.
59, it'll be admitted as 59.
And LLL.
60, it'll be admitted as state 60.
Your Honor, at this time may I publish the photograph, specifically State's Exhibit number 58. May the witness step down.
You may.
All right, you step down with me, please. Now, let me show you.
You may. I probably will too. Hang on a minute. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Burton.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 54. 8th. Is this one of the photographs that you selected that would be helpful in explaining your testimony?
Yes.
I'm going to hold it for you so that you can point and talk. But please explain to us, where is the entrance room?
This is the entrance room, right above the ruler.
All right. There's another object about the 11 o'clock position. What is that?
Well, it's an abrasion. It's like a impact scrape, I think. It's got a little bruise around it. In my opinion, it's probably most likely related to the gunshot wound. Maybe it's because he had this graze first, and I think we'll explain that. But it may be flesh or something coming out of one of the intermediate targets and hitting his chest. It's also possible that it could be something from medical intervention. Sometimes you'll see when people are being CPR, they'll have scrapes or things. It's a little bit unusual to be that. I would favor it's probably related to the gunshot wound in some way. Maybe a piece of his own tissue hit his chest at high speed, or I don't want to be too quick, but the other injured party may be something from her that hit his chest. It's not unusual to see that. And a little bit less likely, but reasonable, it could be something from people doing a bunch of CPR on him, and he did get CPR.
Now, as you look at the wound, and as a layperson, it's not perfectly round. Explain to us the shape that we have.
Well, the caliber of the gun, it's a handgun, it's a .380 automatic, or semi-automatic, so bullets will fly generally right out of the gun. If it hits a person, it's spinning perfectly. And at the range we're talking about, it's a flat trajectory. So it's going to make a nice punched out round hole if it hits the skin perpendicular. Nice punched out round hole. If it doesn't, it'll make an oval shaped hole. Really nice. This is very unusual looking. It's triangular kind of and weird looking. That's because this is a tumbling bullet. The bullet has already struck 2 intermediate targets, and it's at least doing this.
Okay. And that's the reason for the difference.
That's correct.
Okay. You may have a seat.
Are you gonna do any more right now?
No, we're going to go, no, but you will have to come back, I guess.
Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Ready, Your Honor? I want to continue with our discussion as far as the torso area and the gunshot wound to the chest. I want to go from external to internal. Did you in fact conduct an internal examination as it relates to the gunshot wound in the chest?
Yes.
And what were your findings?
Well, the bullet went through his skin. It went through the underneath his 4th rib and nicked his 4th rib. Then it went through his heart. And bullets are a lead core with a copper jacket around them. So a lot of times when a bullet passes through tissue, it'll shed the jacket. The jacket will come off, the lead core will continue. So in his heart was the jacket, and then the bullet continued and ended up in his right lung. I mean, the core of the bullet continued and ended up in his right lung.
Is there a way to determine front to back, back to front, left to right? Can you orientate the wound tract in a way to give us some idea later on in our discussions about where an individual was?
Within reason. I mean, I describe this as front to back. I mean, that's pretty easy. His front to his back. It also crossed, a little bit of a left to right trajectory. Bullets generally travel straight, but this, hits human flesh, it's wobbling, so it could deflect several degrees when it hit his wrist. Then it hits his spouse's fingers, could deflect a little bit, and then it goes into tissue. But generally, bullets fly straight with some caveats. Particularly lower velocity handgun bullets tend to fly straighter in tissue than some of the more high velocity ones.
During the autopsy, did you actually recover a foreign object?
Yes.
What was that?
Well, it was a medium caliber jacket of a bullet and a core of that bullet.
And where was it found?
Well, the core was in his right lung, near the midline, and his jacket was in his heart.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Let me show you State's Exhibit number 57. It has been opened. And would you look at that, please, sir? May I just stand here for a moment, Your Honor? Do you recognize the package inside State's Exhibit number 57?
Yes, this is the envelope that I prepared and signed with this recovered material, with my signature on the evidence tape and the date and the time.
Okay. And would that be the foreign object that you just described to the jury?
Yes.
What exhibit was that?
57, Your Honor.
57, thank you.
Let me talk a little bit about the wound itself and the organs that it impacted. Was the heart damaged by the projectile?
Yes.
If a person is shot and a projectile hits the heart, does the individual immediately drop to the ground, or is there some time delay?
Depends on the circumstances and what's going on in their head, you know. They don't have to drop. They can drop. I've been shot and just sit down, but, you know, I've had and know of and been consulted on cases where they run far. They do a lot of things, hundreds of feet. They can run, they can talk. So no, I mean, the human body can keep functioning for a period of time unless it's hit in the central nervous system. If you don't damage the brain or spinal cord, there's no guarantee the body's just going to drop. You can keep going.
Okay. Hypothetically, if someone was shot in the chest and then turned and then took several steps over 2, 3, 4 seconds and then collapsed, would that be consistent or inconsistent with the type of wound that Mr. Oulson sustained?
Consistent.
While that person, hypothetically, in that same situation, would that person still have the wherewithal to make statements?
Sure. No, there's definitely could still talk, no doubt about it.
Okay. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I want to go to the extremities at this time. If you would refer to State's Exhibit number 59 and 60, what I'd like to do is start with 59, and let's discuss that, then we'll do 60.
Okay.
All right. State's Exhibit number 59, what is that?
That's a photograph of the, again, anatomical position, the lateral portion of his right hand and wrist.
Okay. Show us using your, what's the lateral?
It's right here.
Okay. Part of your autopsy, did you in fact examine that wound?
Yes.
Is it characterized as a grazed wound?
It is a classic grazed wound.
May the witness step down and use
He
his
may.
photograph to further his testimony?
Yes. Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask the court to instruct the prosecutor to not speak to the witness unless we're on the record
Okay.
during his testimony.
All right. Don't talk to the witness unless we're on the record.
Yes, Your Honor.
Good.
Are we on the record?
We are.
Second Thogmartin, we're gonna talk about both pictures so the judge doesn't have to keep coming up and down, okay? Okay. All right, thank you. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 59. I'll hold it for you. Go ahead and explain to us what are we looking at.
Well, this is what it is right here, the wrist area, the top part. And what you're seeing there is the grazed gunshot wound. It's basically right here on the lateral side of his wrist. But if it's held like this, it's on the top. He's holding his arm like this, okay? Classic grazed gunshot wound.
Left or right hand?
Right hand.
Okay. Now we see some little red bumps, marks, whatever, just below it. What is that?
That's stippling. It's not a very good picture of it. There's a better, the other picture is better. But that's the powder tattooing or stippling. That's gunpowder hitting the skin and embedding in the skin.
Why do we not see it in the area of the wound?
Because the gunshot wound is coming like this, going right across the top. And it's not gonna be here. It's gonna be on the side that's facing the gun. The gun's here, bullet's coming this way, powder's coming, it's here. So you're only gonna see it in this area. You won't see it on the top because it's parallel to the direction of the flying powder. It's not gonna stick into something. It's flying at the same direction. You understand? Like it's gonna hit the front, it's not gonna hit the top. It's flying over the top.
We're going to do the next photo. Let me show you State's Exhibit number 60. We talked about the term stippling, so we just did the grazed wound. Now, what does this picture represent?
This, and you can see the
Let me
fingers.
just put it on right. State's Exhibit number 60.
This is, again, his right hand and forearm. The wound is up here. You can actually see kind of the little divot. This is kind of like the bullet's eye view or a gun eye view of it. You can see the trough or the divot that was cut by the bullet. And then all these red dots, that's powder tattooing or stippling. Unburned or partially burned gunpowder that came out of the gun and stuck in the skin, and you can see stuck in enough where actually the body's, has a little hemorrhage associated with it. A little bit of a red dot because blood vessels are broken under the skin, just like with a tattoo, if you go to a tattoo parlor.
And can the stippling be used as a factor to determine distance, muzzle to target?
Yes, automatically when you see stippling, this makes it an intermediate range of fire. So it could be, in the textbooks, it's 1 inch all the way out to 18 or even 24 inches. This is not 1 inch, in my opinion. I'd say, if you asked me to make a scientific estimate of what it would be, I'd say anywhere from 4 to 15 would be within the realm of possibility, but it's hard to know. You have to know so many things. Ammunition, powder, all these different possibilities, and test it on human skin, and you can get a more accurate range. But 4 to 15 is good. I think that would work.
Scientifically, do we test on human skin?
No, but you can have other things you test on, but it's not going to give you the same. I mean, maybe, I'm not aware of any really good test to duplicate powder tattooing on live human skin. And I think, doing it on anything alive would probably be bad.
Now, you refer to his hand as being an intermediate object,
Yes.
all right? Hypothetically, if there is a second intermediate object, the tattooing that we see on the second intermediate object can, where it is located, assist in orientating where one is in relation to the other because of the blockage of tattoo.
Right, you can see the amount of tattooing, the intensity of it, where it's located, and the fact that there's one gunshot wound. It's unique to be able to position a person's arm and one person's hand or arm and another person's hand and the wound all in one. So you can really, at the instant the bullet's flying, we know where at least two people's extremities are in relation to the torso of the decedent.
Please have a seat. When we began discussing the autopsy, I asked you whether or not you were aware that this was a one-shot case and whether or not you were aware that Mrs. Oulson was also injured by the same gunshot.
Yes.
You indicated anecdotally, yes, you were aware of that.
Yes.
Now, since the time of the autopsy, have you had an occasion to look at photographs that were taken approximately 2 days after Mrs. Oulson sustained her injury?
Yes.
And from reviewing those photographs, are you able to explain to us her hand position when her hand was injured by the same shot?
Yes.
All right. May I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, and 18 that are in evidence. I'm just going to give you a chance to look at those photographs, and I'll have some questions for you. What I'd like for you to do, Dr. Thogmartin, would you select one of the photographs that you think would be helpful in describing the type of wound that Mrs. Oulson suffered so that you can describe it and explain it to the jury? All right. And would you also select a photograph that would assist you in explaining stippling as we did with Mr. Oulson? And if it requires more than one photograph to get all of her fingers in.
I think I can get by with 2.
All right. Your Honor, at this time, may he step down? May I use the 2 photographs for him to explain his testimony?
Yes, he can, and I have seen the photos, so you can show them to the jury. You guys, yes?
Right. As we discussed with Mr. Oulson, I have before you State's Exhibit number 15. Of course, you can orientate it the way, how do you want it orientated so you can?
I like it like that.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 15. All right. We talked about the type of wound as we did with Mr. Oulson and your findings in the autopsy. From the photograph, are you able to describe the type of wound that she received?
Well, this is a perforating gunshot wound of her left ring finger, right between the most distal knuckle and the middle one, okay? It goes right through that finger. And in this side, out the bottom side. And then grazes her pinky finger going this way, going kind of that way as I'm pointing, by the look of it.
Are there any other fingers that are damaged by the bullet?
Well, there's stippling on her hand.
We'll get to that in a second, just the
No,
injury.
just those 2 fingers is all I see.
All right. And from the photograph, can you determine the path of the bullet?
Yes, in my opinion, it's coming in this, her hand is not like this, her hand is kind of like this, and it's hard to get my hand because my ring finger wants to do what my pinky finger doesn't want to do. But anyway, the bullet comes in like this, goes through this ring finger, and then comes right across here, and then continues on.
Okay. And why don't you, I'll be your your dummy, okay? Go ahead and use this area and position the hand the way that, at least one of the variations where how the hands and the fingers have to be spread so that we receive this type of injury.
Okay, so her hand is somewhat, somewhat right here. Maybe we step back a little bit more. It's here, and I believe that her pinky finger's bent a little bit like this, so the bullet comes in, goes through this finger, scrapes the top of that finger, and then goes into Mr. Oulson's chest. But her hand could be on his chest. I can't tell if it's, and I think her wrist is a little bit down like this. It's coming up because the stippling is mostly here. So her hand could be here, could be on his chest. I can't really tell exactly. From a forensic pathology context, it's best to consider where her hand would be according to what she said, what other people say, and what the environment dictates. But again, anywhere in here are anatomically and scientifically possible. But you have to take that in context.
Let's go ahead and couple that with the next photograph. I'll let you orientate it because we were talking about stippling, and you believe State's Exhibit number 16 will assist you in describing your testimony.
Again, this is her hand held like this.
I'll hold this for you.
Okay. Her left hand. There's the bullet wound. And I thought this depicted the stippling. This is quite obviously stippling. It's 2 days delayed. It looks a little different than it would on somebody that's freshly stippled. 2 days delayed, but it's still there, and it's going to take a long time for it to wear off, if ever. You may actually have permanent tattooing there. This is much more dispersed than on the decedent's wrist, which indicates to me most likely her hand was behind his wrist.
Here, you can adjust.
Yes. If his wrist is here, her hand is somewhere in here. Okay? It's not over here and his hand's there. I've got much more intense stippling here, and then I've got less stippling here. It's my scientific opinion that it's closer to, her hand is closer to the husband than his own hand is to himself.
Okay. You have a seat, please. I'd like to go back to the gunshot wound to the chest. You indicated to us earlier, basically front to back with just a slight deviation. Is that correct?
Right. It comes in right just to the left of the midline and then ends up, one of the pieces ends up a little bit to the right of the midline, while the jacket is pretty much right underneath in line with the wound.
From the path of the projectile through the body, can you make a determination the variations that the body could be in that would be consistent with that trajectory?
Yes.
Will using a rod help you do that?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach on objection?
Yes. Martin, and welcome to do so as well. And just be back in 10 minutes. Thank you. council approach. I thought about it, and I think we're getting, I'm going to agree with the fence on this. You can bring him back in, Tina. Deputy Martin, sorry.
Jurors in the courtroom, Your Honor.
Alrighty.
May be seated.
Thanks.
Seated and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Okay. We'll be taking a lunch break shortly, and but everybody's okay on sustenance for the moment? All right, good deal. Thank you. Mr. Martin, go ahead. Yes.
We're going to step down.
Yeah.
After we looked at several of the photographs, not only Mr. Oulson's wound to his chest, the grazing wound to his right wrist area, and we also looked at the photograph of Mrs. Oulson's hand. Okay? Now, we were talking about the effect of stippling, right? So if you would let's go back to where we were. Put how her hand was so the bullet doesn't hit these, but hits these.
Okay.
Using me.
I believe that her hand is roughly in this position, and then, let's say the bullet enters right there. Her pinky finger's going to be right below, right in this area like that, maybe curled a little bit. This is the best I can do. Probably it's going to be something more like this, and then his wrist is going to be up here, so I get stippling here, and that accounts for the stippling that we're seeing here. So her hand could be here, her hand could be here, his wrist, I can move it in and out and still line up the wound. So it's not like I'm telling you exactly the range of fire, just with somewhere, and the gun is here going this way. And so the wrist is anywhere from 4 to say 15. That's my best scientific estimate. And then her hand is somewhere behind his wrist and probably down here. Because
Speculation.
Oh,
probably down here because I stippling here and then stippling here, and not so much on her fingers. Right?
If you would, just put the hand back where it was. We talked about intervening objects, and is that one of the things that we look at to determine the different possibilities of where people are located when they're shot?
Yes, and in this case you have 3 intermediate targets. 3. 1, 2, and then the shirt he's wearing. 3. Then it hits body.
Right. In the event there's a seat back and close proximity of Mr. Oulson's hand, and there's no bullet hole passing.
Objection, Your Honor? Speculation?
yeah, I'm sustained. Move on.
let's assume this hypothetical, go back to where the position is. Assume the hypothetical that there's in fact a intervening object consistent with a seat back. The hypothetical is there's no hole.
Objection beyond the scope of his expertise, Your Honor?
May I approach?
Yes.
Good, put it back in the position. Now, you described this as a, what kind of room for Ms. Oulson?
Intermediate range grazed gunshot wound.
Okay. Is there anything to indicate that the bullet struck an object before it hit Mr. Oulson's wrist to cause it to tumble?
No.
Okay. Have a seat. Have a moment, clerk.
You may. Approach. I'm placing in front of you State's Exhibit number 51 that's in evidence with the testimony that this is in fact Curtis Reeves' photograph taken at 3:44 p.m. And also in front of you is
State's Exhibit 52, a photograph with the previous testimony that it was taken at 4:03 of Mr. Reeves. And I'll give you a moment to look at those photographs.
Okay.
We're going to shift gears a little bit. Let's talk about blunt trauma. What is blunt trauma?
Well, you have sharp force trauma and blunt force trauma. Somebody hits you with a bat, it's blunt force trauma. Somebody stabs you with a knife, it's sharp force trauma. And at some point, those two meet. You know, like maybe a butter knife would be kind of sharp force, but you get duller and duller, you start getting in blunt force, right? So it means non-sharp force injury, a blunt impact.
I'd like for you to assume the facts in this hypothetical. If a blunt object the size of an iPhone was thrown from a distance of approximately 3 feet and strikes a human head in the face while that individual is wearing glasses, what injuries would you expect to see about the face behind the glasses?
Well, that's a tough question. I mean, how hard is the phone thrown would be number one, but typically on your face, if you get something thrown at you and it hits you in the glasses and you're wearing glasses, behind the glasses you're relatively spared. While if the glasses are mashed against your face, the bridge of your nose, where the nose piece are, or around the ear, or around here, if the lens impacts you, if you're going to get impact significantly, the glasses will protect your eyes to a good degree. You may see peripheral injuries, but if it's hard enough to break the glass, then you're talking something. Yeah, you could probably get an eye injury.
Add to the hypothetical that the glasses were not broken.
Of all the places on the face that you would expect to see an injury, if you throw something at someone with glasses, would be the least likely place to get injured, logically would be behind the glasses, because they're protective compared to the rest of your face.
What I'd like for you to do, may I just approach?
You may.
Using State's Exhibit number 51 in relation to State's Exhibit number 55, the testimony that those pictures were taken contemporaneous at the time of 3:44, and then look at State's Exhibit number 52 along with 53, with the previous testimony that those two photographs were taken contemporaneously at 4:03. I'd like to direct your attention, I'd like to direct your attention to the left. Well, let me just ask you this. Do you see any injuries in those photographs?
Well, I've been shown these photographs before, so I already kind of know what you're asking. If you were to ask me objectively, tell me where the injury is, I'd say I don't appreciate one. What
does that mean, you don't appreciate one?
I would be like saying, tell me where, I don't know what I'm looking for. It would be, if it's an injury, it's so subtle that I wouldn't immediately stand out to me in the photograph.
Okay. If I directed you to the left eyelid,
I can see that it appears in the first two photographs with the glasses on, it appears that the left upper lateral eyelid is slightly more red than the right one.
okay. Using the photograph that was taken at a time later in the white jumpsuit there, do you see that injury?
The lateral photograph?
Yeah.
Yeah, his eyelid,
I call it injury. What do you see?
I don't see any swelling or edema. If anything, it's a little red, and compared to the other eye, it's a little bit redder. But there's no Doesn't look like there's any hemorrhage in the white of his eye. There's no swelling or what we call edema in the eyelid. If there's an injury to his eyelid, and then the upper eyelid's not much different color from the lower eyelid. If there's an injury there, it's extremely subtle as depicted in these photographs.
Okay. Let's talk about the eyelid. I don't know if I'm going to use the right term, but I'll do the best I can as a layperson. Your eyelid compared to maybe the heel of your foot as far as being tough, fragile, you know. Let me just ask it this way. Is the eyelid a fragile part of the body?
Yes.
Okay. Why?
Well, the skin is very fragile. It's protecting. It's got to move fast. It's very vascular. It's blinking. It's mostly there to protect your eye from debris. It would be probably one of the most fragile pieces of tissue on your body. I suppose your lip would be pretty fragile as well. And on men, there's certain parts of your body that are fragile too, but your eyelid is not a strong part of your body. In fact, if you're strangled to death with somebody's hands, the blood vessels in that area of the body are so fragile that the actual strangulation and obstruction of venous outflow from your head will cause those blood vessels to rupture. They're so fragile. You're not even touching the blood vessels, just pressure's causing them to pop. So the tissue and the blood vessels there are fragile. Certainly more than your forehead, palms of your hands, skin of your back, your feet. It's thin.
Going back to the hypothetical that a blunt object the size of an iPhone being thrown from a distance of approximately 3 feet, give or take, strikes the human head in the face while wearing the glasses, specifically if that object is thrown and hits the glasses themselves, what injuries would you expect to see?
Objection, speculation?
Overruled.
If you're wearing glasses like me, my glasses, I've been wearing glasses since I was 19 years old. I've been hit in the face by stuff. If you saw stuff, if you have stuff flying around, your kid throws something at you, my glasses have saved my eyes numerous times. Now, if you have a baseball, a high-velocity cell phone, a high-velocity larger object hit your face, the glasses are going to be mashed against your face, and you're going to have injury here around the frame, but the stuff underneath the glasses is protected as compared to the stuff not covered by the glasses. I can say that. It's almost common sense. So if the glasses are intact, if they're not broken, if it's not a penetrating bullet, then yeah, the stuff behind the glasses are going to be more protected than the stuff not protected by the glasses.
Can the redness that you see in those photographs, can that redness be caused by taking one's finger and just rubbing it over and over? Is it the eyelid that fragile?
If you rub your eyes, you can make your eyes red. If you rub any part of your skin with sufficient frequency and velocity and time, you can make an abrasion. You can make hyperemia, where you're irritating the tissue and the blood vessels dilate and you get a welt. You can do that. Certainly the eyelid would be one of the easiest places to do that.
All right. Now, you talked about previously about the cheekbone area where there's bone underneath the skin, the chin, as far as it's not flexible, so if something hits it, it can cause what?
Well, if the most likely places for a blunt object to cause skin injury from a flying object would be skin that overlies bone. And so if you fall on your chin, you'll get a laceration, a cut from hitting the hard object like you fall on your chin. Or if you get punched, boxers, people that do martial arts, a lot of the cuts are here because basically the fist or the blunt object hits the skin and crushes the skin between the hard object and the bone underneath, causing a laceration or a cut. But if it hits you in the belly, you're not going to get a laceration or a cut. You're more likely to have no visible injury at all. You may have one inside, but generally outside you may not. So the most likely places to display injury on the human face are areas where there's bone underneath or teeth. Get hit in the mouth, your teeth are hard, your lips can be crushed between the hard object and your teeth.
Regarding the photographs and the state's exhibits before you, do you see any injuries on Mr. Reeves that is consistent with that?
Well, there's nothing on the bony prominences of his face that I can say. I don't see any injuries there at all.
There's a time difference between the photographs. Would you expect to see some swelling to begin between the two photographs if he was hit with a blunt object?
Well,
From that point in time?
I have 3:44 p.m.
And the other
and
one?
then 4:03, and I
And
think
the
the
incident?
incident was 1:30.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if there's going to be some swelling, I think I would see some of it. I don't think there'd be a big difference between the two photographs, even if there was an injury. You know, you're going to get, it'll be an hour or two, you'll start to see swelling. If there's a significant injury.
In the event that you were performing an autopsy and you observed what we see in the photographs of Mr. Reeves, how would you describe him, if at all?
I don't even know if I don't even, like I said, would even say anything about it. It's so subtle. And, you know, people don't have monochromatic faces. Sometimes you'll see someone with a little bigger eye, little lower eye, maybe the lip is a little redder on that side, and you get to the point where you just describe something you know is an injury. This, I don't even know if I'd appreciate it as an injury.
Again, we use the term appreciated, which is a term of art in your world. Explain to us what you mean.
Kind of like, hey, look, there's an injury. I'm seeing it. Yes, I see the injury. Here, you'd have to point out, what about the eyelid? And I'd say, I don't, it's a little redder maybe, but, you know, I'm not really going to say it's an injury.
May I have a moment here?
You may.
Dr. Thogmartin, based on your internal and external examination of Mr. Oulson, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of death?
Yes.
What is that?
Gunshot wound of chest.
And based on the criteria that you laid out for us earlier this morning, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the manner of death?
Yes, homicide.
No further questions.
Thank you. Cross?
Want me to do it now, Your Honor?
I don't know. Approach. Ladies and gentlemen, I think it's going to be a little while before Mr. Michaels gets done. And not surprisingly, Mr. Martin took quite some time as well. So I think we better go ahead and take a lunch break and let you guys refresh a little bit. Let's take 1 hour, be back at 2 o'clock, and we'll get ready to get started again. Dr. Thogmartin, sorry, you can take a lunch as well. We'll resume. Remember my instructions during the recess. Thank you. Come off of there. be seated, thanks. You're good. All right, are we ready to bring the jury in? Good deal. Go ahead.
Jury in the courtroom, Your Honor.
All righty.
Jurors may be seated.
Thank you.
All jurors to be accounted for, Your Honor.
Thanks, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Very good. All right. And Dr. Thogmartin, I'll remind you, you're still under oath. Thanks. Mr. Michaels?
I know the prosecutor spoke to you, Doctor, about, or showed you photographs of Mrs. Oulson's hand and the stippling and all of that.
Yes.
Now, you will agree with me, the first time you'd ever laid eyes on those photographs were when Mr. Escobar and myself were at your office to take your deposition in 2015.
I had seen a photograph of one side of the hand. I think it was the bottom side, or maybe the top side, and you showed me the other side, and it really clarified it for me.
Okay. So your testimony here today is that previous to that day, that someone had showed you photos of Mrs. Oulson's hand?
Yeah, at some point before then, can't tell you exactly who, but I had seen one side of her gunshot wound hand. I can't remember if it was the anterior side or the posterior side. I do remember that, and you showed me the other side, and it really clarified the directionality and how her hand was positioned.
Okay, so you were talking about seeing from our presentation of the photos to you, seeing the posterior part of the hand where you can actually see the stiffening.
Yeah, it was, I can't remember which side of the hand I originally saw, but you showed me a side I hadn't seen.
Okay.
And I can't remember.
I'm sorry, a side that was helpful to you.
Oh, yes.
In being able to explain today.
Yeah, the directionality part, I thought that it was pretty much a flat hand, but when I saw the other side, I could tell that her hand was kind of crooked, and it came in and hit that other. I couldn't even see the pinky finger wound when I originally saw the photograph, so it was helpful.
And one of the reasons why, that didn't concern you necessarily in your job as a medical examiner, because your job is to testify to a reasonable degree of medical certainty the cause of death, correct?
Well, my job is to determine cause and manner of death on certain cases that fall under 406. And then testimony is kind of a separate thing. It doesn't happen all the time. But for those cases, I testify as to cause and manner, directionality, survivability, all these different little things.
And you testify, as I said, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, right? That's kind of the
Yes.
standard for you.
Yeah, some people use reasonable medical probability, but like I previously stated, this case, as far as his cause of death, it's not often, but it's nice, absolute certainty, his cause of death. There's no reasonable medical on him. He died of a gunshot wound to the chest.
So let's talk about, you talked to the prosecutor about an iPhone, I think, in this case. You recall that?
I think he said a cell phone or whatever, yes.
Okay. And so certainly you can't make any sort of determination based on the hypothetical posed to you by the prosecutor that, number one, an iPhone or cell phone was thrown or not thrown in this case, right?
Yeah, I have no idea.
And certainly you cannot testify as to whether an iPhone thrown in this particular case caused or didn't cause any injuries.
Right, I don't have enough information to know. Like, I don't have velocity, I don't have weight, I have insufficient information.
So in other words, you don't know how much the phone weighs, right?
I saw a picture of one of them that weighs, I have an iPhone, so I kind of know, but I don't know what we're talking about. What is the scenario? How hard was it thrown? How was it thrown? What did it hit? So, and also, you can get hit by an object, but it not leave a mark. Happens all the time.
And so that comes to something I know that you and I spoke about before, is this kind of idea of being stunned. It's a subjective idea, right?
Yeah, it's, I think it was dazed was the term we talked about. What is dazed? What does that mean? I mean, I don't know. It's not a medical term. It's just a feeling someone has, I suppose. Very subjective.
Okay, and that may or may not leave a visible injury that one could see.
Sure. I mean, you can be dazed by a piece of very bad news, I suppose, in the vernacular of English, right? You can be dazed by something that doesn't necessarily leave a mark. But what is dazed? Dazed means caught unsuspected, maybe hesitant, maybe confused. I don't know. It's hard to say what dazed means to a particular person. I'm way out of my bailiwick here.
Or you could be dazed by a running back getting hit by a linebacker and having a concussion, right?
That would probably fall into the broad category of dazed, yes.
You may be dazed by getting hit in the head with some kind of a blunt object, right?
Sure. If you are, again, we're talking dazed, which is broad. I suppose you could be subjectively dazed by a lot of different things.
Speaking about your bailiwick, you looked at a photograph and the prosecutor asked you something about an injury to an eyelid. You remember that conversation?
Yes.
Okay. Now, certainly, you will agree with me that you cannot make a determination just based on a photo as to whether a person was injured or not.
I'm only assessing the photo. Do I see a visible injury on the photo? And I testified that I can see one eyelid's a little redder than the other. That's all I'm doing.
To determine whether or not there was an injury, you would have to speak to an individual, correct? For instance, do you have any pain in that area, right?
Yeah, it's always better to see, like, no one does autopsies remotely. You may look at photographs and assess somebody, like photographs of an autopsy, but visualizing it yourself is always better. And it's the same thing with a live patient. Seeing photographs of their rash or their tumor or their injury, that's great, but directly interacting with them is superior.
So that's analogous, and correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody sends you autopsy photos, an autopsy that you haven't performed, you can look at it and say, well, it does look like this, it does look like that. Without you actually performing the autopsy, you wouldn't be comfortable in saying 100% this is what it is.
Yeah, I think when you are actually, that's why I'm sitting here and not one of my associates that didn't do an autopsy. The person that actually does it hands-on, their testimony is going to have a lot more weight. Because let's face it, a photograph of somebody's face or a photograph of an injury just doesn't hold water to seeing, touching, and interacting with a person to make a medical diagnosis.
And I know you talked about glasses and how your glasses have saved your eyes, I guess, on occasion you testified to, right?
Yes, sir.
And certainly you would agree with me, there are different types of eyeglasses, right?
Yes,
Some may be more sturdy than others,
that's correct.
and some, I hate to call them some old people glasses, you can almost twist in a knot. You wear those kind of
I
glasses?
have seen those.
Okay, and they bend in all kinds of ways.
Yes.
So in terms of how that affects any potential injury on the face, you would have to be familiar with the eyewear to make any sort of assessment. Would you agree with me on that?
It would be helpful to assess the eyewear.
And let me ask you this. I know you talked about redness on the eyelid. You said that was a very sensitive part of the body, or what's the wording on that? Gave me the
Fragile.
impression that it was fragile.
Fragile, sensitive, prone to injury.
And so that means by rubbing it, right? Like I'm doing now, is that what you're talking about when you said rubbing it?
Yes.
Something like that? Okay. By rubbing it in this fashion, one could make one's eyelid appear red.
You could do that, yes. It is within the realm of medical possibility.
Now, let's say one was, hypothetically, trying to feign injury by rubbing the eyelid. Would you agree with me that using a fingernail would cause more of a pronounced sort of redness?
Yes, a harder object would be more likely to take less force and less time to do that.
And in order to affect the eyelid and actually make it red, one would have to directly apply some kind of either friction or cutting motion directly to the eyelid, right? You can't do that from touching somewhere else.
You'd have to, any part of the skin, if you rub it enough, you're gonna cause hyperemia if you do it long enough and hard enough.
And so somebody rubbing their temple like this, it's not gonna make their eyelid red, is it?
No, you have to, when you're rubbing, you have to rub on the spot that you're going to make red. And hyperemia means I'm irritating the tissue and maybe the blood vessels are dilating and I'm creating a welt, or the blood vessels dilate, making the skin appear more red, if that's clear enough.
Okay, I don't have anything else, thank you.
Thank you. Redirect?
Yeah. Dr. Thogmartin, when you and I were speaking on direct, I didn't ask you any questions about days, did I?
I can't recall.
Came up from Mr. Michaels?
Right now, I remember that, yes.
All right, so Mr. Michael brought up days, being days hit with a blunt object. You remember him asking that question?
Yes.
And then during cross-examination, there was some discussion about a concussion, and you said, yeah, that would be in the broad spectrum of days.
Well, again, I'm kind of uncomfortable with the term days. It's very subjective. It's not in medical books. You know, it's just it's kind of like saying I'm flustered or something, you know. It's one of those words that's not really a medical word, but kind of in the common usage. I suppose if you got hammered by a linebacker in the Super Bowl and you were a little bit out, yeah, it fit into dazed, yes.
Okay. I'm following up on Mr. Michael's conversation with you about equating a concussion with days. That's what I want to talk about.
Okay.
So when we talk about what Mr. Michaels was talking to you about, if you are hit with a blunt object that is sufficient to, in the face, I'm talking about the bony area, the chin, the head, anywhere in the head, sufficient to cause a concussion, would you expect to see some type of injury to the facial features or the head if it's not protected by a helmet?
If you're throwing a phone, like
Yes.
a general, you'd have to really hurl it like Nolan Ryan on the pitcher's mound, and I would expect there'd be some sort of obvious injury or mark.
That was just a moment, Your Honor.
You may.
Thank you.
Can I just follow up with one question, Robert?
Go ahead. Mr. Martin, you can always have the last word, but we're not going to make a habit of it.
All right, the prosecutor just talked to you about you would expect to see some sort of injury. Certainly, if the object hit one's eyeglasses, potentially you would not see an injury. Isn't that fair to say?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
May I follow up on
You
that?
may, yes.
We have the eyeglasses sufficient, and being hit sufficient to cause a concussion be dazed. Will the eyeglasses compress into the face and absorb the kinetic energy associated with that blunt object, resulting in the glasses causing injury around the facial area if it's hit in the face? At that velocity, that's what
You're
we're
saying a
talking about.
velocities to cause a medical concussion.
That's what your conversation
Okay.
with Mr. Michael.
If you got hit in the face, in the glasses, with sufficient force to cause actual head injury, brain injury, concussion, I would expect to see injuries around the area, and you're hitting the glasses, bridge of the nose injured, around the glasses, some sort of abrasions or something from the frames of the glasses hitting your face.
Thank you.
Thank you. May this witness be released?
I'll stand by, Your Honor.
Doctor, you're free to go. If you get called to come back, you'll have to come back.
Okay.
Thank you. Who's next, Mr. Martin? Or Mr.?
I'm done.
Mr. Garcia.
Calling Alan Proctor.
Okay.
He's here, he's on his way.
I don't know if that's used or not, but Thanks for right here, she's gonna be.
Cool.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in this call shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's right.
Go ahead, Mr.
Good
Garcia.
afternoon, Judge. May it please the court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Mr. Proctor, I'm going to ask you to speak loudly and clearly, and if you would, please direct all your answers to the jury, please.
Yes, sir.
Can you state your full legal name and spell your first and last name, please?
My first name is Allen, A-L-L-E-N, middle initial W, last name Proctor, P-R-O-C-T-O-R.
All right. Mr. Proctor, what's your current profession?
I'm in pest control
Okay. And prior to that, what were you doing?
and law enforcement.
Okay. Directing your attention back to January 13th of 2014, were you a detective of the Pasco County Sheriff's Office Major Crimes Unit?
Yes, sir, I was.
And you have since retired from the Sheriff's Office?
Yes, sir.
And how many years did you serve the Sheriff's Office?
I started with the Sheriff's Office in August of 1998. I started my law enforcement career in January of 1985 with the Department of Corrections.
Okay. So you started your law enforcement career in 1995?
85.
I'm sorry, 85?
That's correct, sir.
And how long were you in corrections?
3 years, 9 months.
Okay. And from there you went to the Sheriff's Office?
That's correct.
And you started with them when?
August of 1988.
And then you retired what year?
May of 2016.
All right. And back on January 13th of 2014, you indicated that you were a homicide detective?
Yes, sir. I had been in major crimes against persons since January of 1995.
Okay. How many homicides did you investigate in your career?
Approximately 35 as the lead.
All right. First we'll talk about lead, then we'll talk about assisting. So you were the lead detective for 35 homicides?
That's about right, yes, sir.
Okay. Can you give us a ballpark of how many homicides you assisted in?
Counselor, a lot of years we had 7 or 8 count from 95 to 16, and some years we had 25, 28. So probably 100 or so at least, if not.
Okay. I mean, the bottom line is a lot.
Yes, sir.
All right. And being a homicide detective, are you sent to various schools?
Yes, sir.
And you receive training?
I did.
And do you receive training as far as the investigation of a homicide?
Yes, sir.
The do's and don'ts?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Directing your attention to January 13, 2014, were you on duty that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
Where were you?
I was on the east side of the county. I believe I was probably in Dade City, possibly Zephyr Hills.
All right. Were you asked to respond to the Cobb Theater in Wesley Chapel?
Yes, sir, I was.
And did you respond to the Cobb Theater in Wesley Chapel?
I did.
Is the Cobb Theater located in Pasco County?
That's correct.
What time did you arrive there?
If I might check my note.
Judge May, would that refresh your memory as
Yes.
far as looking at your report or your notes?
Do you mind, Your Honor? Thank you. I was notified at approximately 1:45. I responded there, and I was there about 2:15,
Okay. So it took you roughly
30 minutes.
30 minutes to get there?
Yes, sir.
All right. When you arrived there, where did you go?
I made contact with Major Corbin and my acting sergeant at the time, Tim Harris.
Okay. Upon arriving there, were you briefed of the circumstances that had occurred in Theater 10?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. By whom?
By Major Corbin and Detective Harris.
Okay. And prior to January 13th of 2014, had you been to the Cobb Theater before?
Yes, sir, I had.
Had you been in Theater 10 before?
I believe so, sir.
All right. Were you familiar with the layout of the theater?
Yes, sir, I was.
Were you familiar there was a lower, a middle, and an upper section in the theater?
That's correct.
Now, the upper section, is it fair as the Cine Bistro?
That's correct.
Okay. After you're briefed by Major Corman and Sergeant Harris, what did you do?
I went in and I made contact with the man who retrieved the gun from Mr. Reeves.
Okay. And was that Alan Hamilton?
That's correct.
Did you meet with his wife, Angela Hamilton?
I did.
Okay. Where did you meet with them or talk to them?
I believe I conducted the interview with Alan Hamilton in the party room, what they call the party room there at the theater.
Okay. So it wasn't in Theater 10?
That's correct.
Different part of the movie theater?
That's correct.
All right. Who did you speak to first?
Mr. Alan Hamilton, Corporal Hamilton.
All right. Now, let me ask you, Detective Proctor, Did you, when you met with him the first time, did you speak to him off tape?
Yes, sir, I did.
And why did you do that?
After talking to several witnesses throughout my career, I wanted to make sure that he was going to be able to articulate, tell me what occurred in such a way that I would be able to understand that.
Okay. Well, at the time, did you know he was a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir, I did. But understand, he's a human first, and every human has different ways of reacting to violence.
Okay. Did you violate protocol as far as talking to him off tape and then on tape?
I'm not aware if I violated a policy. I have done that in the past, and it's never been an issue in the past.
Okay. Well, Mr. Proctor, let me ask you this. Whatever he said off tape, did he say the same things on tape?
Yes, sir, he did.
Was there anything off tape that wasn't said on tape?
No, sir. The thing I do is when he's talking to me, I'm asking what occurred, and I'm taking these notes. And then at the end of that, I tell him I'm going to put them on tape, and then we go through my note. And that's how I'm able to obtain the statement from him.
All right. Now, let me ask you, Mr. Proctor, when you spoke to him off tape, where was his wife?
She was out in the lobby.
Okay, so she was not privy to your conversation of Mr. Hamilton when it was off tape?
She wasn't privy to Mr. Hamilton's statement at all.
At all, period?
At all, period.
Okay. All right, so you spoke to him off tape and then you go on tape?
That's correct.
And the entire interview was tape recorded?
The entire
On-tape interview?
on tape was recorded.
All right. During the on-tape interview, was Angela Hamilton present?
No, sir.
You're positive about that,
I am
right?
positive.
Okay. You conclude the interview of Mr. Hamilton.
That's correct.
Do you recall how long the interview was?
About 5 minutes, I believe, Counselor. I'm not for sure.
Okay.
5 minutes on tape.
All right. So there comes a time that you're going to interview Angela Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you share with us her demeanor at the time back on January 13, 2014?
She was upset. She appeared to be traumatized.
Was she crying?
Yes,
All right. Did you interview her on tape?
I did.
And did you allow Alan Hamilton, her husband, to be in there when you interviewed her?
I did.
Why?
I felt like that she would be more comfortable with her husband being in the interview with her. We're sitting at the table. I recall her sitting directly across from me. Mr. Hamilton sat directly behind her, Corporal Hamilton did. There was no eye contact, no conversation at all through the pre-taped taped interview and the taped interview.
Okay. So, just to clarify,
Yes, sir.
you spoke to Miss Hamilton off tape as well,
That's correct.
and Mr. Hamilton was present for that.
That's correct.
And then you went on tape.
That's correct.
Did Mr. Hamilton ever say anything?
No, sir.
Did he ever look at his wife?
No, sir. Like I said, the reason I allowed him to sit into that interview was because I felt like she needed reassurance because of her demeanor. I allowed him to sit there. He knew not to say anything during the interview with her.
All right.
And we sat at the same seat. No, there was no movement there.
Let's talk about off tape first with Miss Hamilton.
Yes, sir.
She gives you a story, right?
Yes, sir.
You go on tape now.
That's correct.
Does she give you the same story or that she told you off tape?
Yes, sir.
And after you hear the interviews or you conduct the interviews of Mr. Hamilton and Mrs. Hamilton, are they identical?
No,
Are there variances?
yes.
And is it fair to say there's differences too, right?
And that would be consistent with doing separate interviews.
Okay. But let me ask you this, though, Mr. Proctor. That practice is frowned upon, right?
Yes, sir.
You shouldn't do it,
That's correct.
right?
That's correct.
You're taught in the academy not to have two witnesses together and allow them to overhear their statements.
Yes, sir. But the reason I allowed that to happen that particular day was because I wanted Miss Hamilton's best recollection as to what had occurred. There was no involvement in Mr. Hamilton. I wanted to be able to report back to the court system her statement, and I felt like I would have had a better opportunity of obtaining that with trying to give her some comfort with having her husband in that room.
Okay. Now, had Mr. Hamilton not been interviewed on tape, would you have allowed him to sit in on the interview of Mrs. Hamilton?
Absolutely not.
All right. All right, so as far as your investigation goes, you interview Mr. Hamilton, you interview Mrs. Hamilton. Who is the next individual that you interview?
I interviewed Mr. Reeves, Curtis Reeves.
Okay. And where did that occur?
That occurred in my vehicle in the parking lot of the Cobb Theater.
All right. But prior to that, had he been in Deputy Gondak's vehicle?
That's correct.
Had he been handcuffed?
Yes, sir.
Was he in the Tyvek suit when you got to him?
No, sir, I don't believe so. No.
Okay. Now, the person that you came in contact with back on January 13th of 2014, who later became known to you as Curtis Reeves, do you see Mr. Reeves in the courtroom today?
We will stipulate, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So he's originally in Deputy Gondak's car.
Yes, sir.
How does he get to your vehicle?
We opened the back door. Gondak, somebody opens the back door. He's walked over to my vehicle. I've tried to park real close so that he could get in the front seat of my vehicle.
Okay, and where is your vehicle parked?
It's in the back parking lot. I'm not for sure if I'm on the grass at that time or not, but I was trying to avoid the media the best that I could and to get him in the vehicle without the media
All right.
seeing us.
On January 13th, 2014, what type of vehicle was assigned to you?
I'm not for sure, sir. I think I might have had a Chevy Terrain. I'm not for sure what that vehicle was at the time. I believe it was an SUV, I believe.
Okay. And back on January 13th of 2014, were you on the FBI task force?
Yes, I was.
And was your vehicle assigned to you by the FBI?
It was.
Okay. And that's why you recall now that it was a Terrain?
There again, yes, sir. I believe it was a Terrain at that time. It's, I don't remember which one I was driving at the time.
Well, the vehicles that are assigned to other detectives wouldn't be a Terrain or Chevy Terrain, right?
No, sir.
Okay. Is it a small vehicle, large vehicle?
No, sir. It's a full-size SUV.
All right. So you said you're behind the Cobb Theater?
Yes, sir.
So you come in contact with Mr. Reeves.
Yes, sir.
He is placed in the front of your car.
That's correct. We moved the handcuffs from the back because he's sitting in the back of Gonak's vehicle, handcuffed. He's leaning back in the corner of the seat. We transport him from that vehicle to my vehicle, or they move him from that vehicle to my vehicle. When he gets around to the front or at the door jamb of my SUV, we remove the handcuffs and we move those to the front for him to sit in the front seat of my vehicle. Detective Coenig is sitting behind me.
All right. And I think you even asked Mr. Reeves, right? Do you have anything else on you, anything? And he said, no, they've searched him several times.
That's correct.
So you're going to interview him.
That's correct.
Prior to interviewing him, did you read him his Miranda rights?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you have that card with you here today?
Yes, sir, I do.
And if you would, please, could you read it?
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you for any questioning if you wish.
Okay.
You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Having those rights in mind, or do you understand each of the rights that I've explained to you? Having those rights in mind, do you wish to talk to me now?
Okay. Did Mr. Reeves agree to speak to you?
Yes, sir.
And did you conduct an interview?
I did.
Was that interview on tape?
It is.
Have you had an opportunity to listen to that tape?
Yes, sir.
Is it true and accurate?
Yes, sir.
Likewise, it's my understanding there was a transcript that was prepared in conjunction with the audio tape.
That's correct.
Have you looked at it?
Yes, sir.
Have you read it?
I have.
Does the audio tape and the transcript comport with one another?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, may I approach the clerk, please?
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. I think I'll be fine, but thank you.
Okay. And I'd ask the record reflect that I'm showing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 000 for identification purposes to Mr. Escobar. May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Mr. Proctor, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 000 for identification purposes. First of all, do you recognize that bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it have your handwriting on it?
It is.
And I assume it's dated January 13, 2014?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Judge, at this time, I would move it into evidence as the prospective number, and, which I'm not sure what we're up to.
Judge Reeves, he had no objection.
All right, thank you. And that's the DVD?
Yes, the first interview.
DVD first interview is 61. Will be admitted as 61. State's 61.
Judge, may I get a pair of scissors from the clerk, Madam Clerk, please?
Yep. Oh, wow, nice. Uh-huh.
Your Honor, while he's doing that, Mr. Escobar and I.
Sure.
Detective Proctor, or Detective Proctor. Mr. Proctor now.
That's fine, sir.
So used to it. I'm handing you the actual CD. Do you recognize that CD?
Yes, sir.
And how is it do you recognize it?
That's my handwriting.
Okay.
My numbers on it, that's my
Okay.
handwriting.
And you have your initials AP on there?
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about the bag. The front of the bag, you indicated you recognize it because it has your initials,
Right.
your signature.
Right.
All right. When you took this into evidence and impounded it,
Yes, sir.
was this white sticker on there?
No, sir, it's not.
Do you have any idea who or how it got on there?
I tend to believe that's from Property and Evidence. That's their tracking
Okay.
system.
It's fair to say you don't know when that was put on there,
That's correct.
but it would have been after you had signed it and actually dropped it in the chute or delivered it to property.
That's correct.
Okay.
Yeah, bring that again.
You may.
I want to look at your notes. Thank you. Can I have it?
Oh, you want
it? Yeah, I want it all. Thank you. Good afternoon, Detective Proctor.
Good afternoon, sir.
May I approach Your Honor?
You may.
And I call you Detective too because we've had these conversations before, right?
Yes, sir, we do.
Sorry.
That's fine.
Mr. Proctor,
You're fine, sir. Detective's fine.
now, in looking at the evidence bag,
Yes, sir.
would you tell the court and the jury the date on that evidence bag?
Is there a possibility I could look at my property receipt?
Sure. You have it in your notes?
I do not have it in my note.
Karina,
It's item 4AP.
See if we can pull it real quickly for them. And I'm sure they can pull it as well. Let's see. I think I found it for you, Detective.
4AP?
Tell me if, Madam Clerk, just for identification, can we mark it? That's course exhibit number 3.
We haven't put in the other two yet.
Oh, that's right.
You told me not to mark it.
Right, right.
I guess that's
Well,
gonna be
we're at
number
one.
Number 1.
One, that'll be one. That's fine, it's fine. It doesn't matter.
As an exhibit or an ID
Court.
as a,
Court,
Court exhibit?
court exhibit at 1. You're gonna put it in, right, Mr. Escobar? You're gonna put it in?
Oh, yeah, I think,
In the
since we're
record.
going to show it to
Yeah.
them, I think the record ought to reflect
Right,
that.
right.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Proctor, I'm going to go ahead and approach you, may I, Your Honor,
You may.
and show you what's been marked as Court's Exhibit number 1.
Yes, sir.
And that was the item that you were looking for, am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, so let's go back to my question concerning the evidence bag
Yes, sir.
that you have in front of you, if I
Yes,
can.
sir.
And would you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what date you have listed on the bag itself?
1/24/14 at 14:55.
1/24/14. So how many days after the incident that occurred on January the 13th of 2014 would that have been?
11.
11 days.
Yes, sir.
So you put that CD in that particular bag 11 days after the incident.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so now, when you turn the bag around, would you read to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what the white label says on that particular bag?
Gives the case number.
I want you to read the entire label, if you can, please.
Case number 14001529. PR, I'm not for sure what that is, the pound sign 496004. PSO CLS semicolon MED for a CD interview with Angela Hamilton.
Angela Hamilton.
That's correct.
So that bag is indicating that the contents of that bag should have been Angela Hamilton's CD.
According to the bag, according to property and evidence, yes, sir.
Okay, so we're going to take it one step further.
Okay.
Now, what was in that particular bag that you took out
Yes, sir.
is this little item right here.
That's correct.
Is that correct? And so I'm going to have you, likewise, I'm going to have you read to the jury what the CD says.
The CD says, for AP, Curtis Reeves, over in the corner, I've got 1/13/14, 1510 to 1540. That's the date and time of the interview.
Okay.
It says over, and I've got up original, and then I've got it verified on 5/3/16.
Okay.
And then the case number down at the bottom.
Okay. And so what you mean by verified is that you got this particular CD and you did what with it?
I verified that with this for the purposes of court. There's other copies of this that I had originally verified it with, but for the purposes of court, I used that. I opened up this package to verify it for the court.
When you opened up this package, did it say, as you've read to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that it contained the CD interview of Angela Hamilton?
That was a mistake, I believe, on the part of the property and evidence. The front of the bag calls, that's my writing on the front. The back is just a label. And as you look at my property receipt, that technically should have been 3 AP. So that they just flip-flopped the property and evidence did. But that, sir, would be the original bag that I placed into evidence with that CD in it.
This was the original CD?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. You want a minute?
Yeah.
Okay. We need to take just a real short break for some technical setup. Let's just go, say, 5 minutes. Will that be enough? 10? Well, it will take 10 minutes, and they can go to the jury pool room if they want, or stay back there if they want, whatever you want them to do.
Okay.
All right?
All right, we're going to recess for 10 minutes.
You can be seated, thank you.
He gives a bunch of 75s and 196s. I know that 196.
Bless you. You may. Defense? Transcripts are okay too? Okay, good. And you have one for each of the jurors? Fabulous. Okay. When they're ready.
You guys ready? Ready for the jury, Your Honor?
Yes.
Jurors into the courtroom. Jurors may be seated. Jurors are present and accounted for, Your Honor.
Thank you, Deputy. Ladies and gentlemen, were you all able to abide by my instructions during the recess? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, I've got an instruction for you. You are about to hear recorded interviews. These recorded interviews are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You will also be furnished transcripts for the recorded interviews. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recorded interviews. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it, and they are not evidence, so they will not go back to deliberations with you. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. Also, the recorded interview you are about to hear contains opinions and statements by Detective Alan Proctor, Pasco Sheriff's Office, and Detective Todd Koenig, Pasco Sheriff's Office, to Curtis Reeves. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the detectives as true, but only to establish the context of Curtis Reeves' reactions and responses. Mr. Martin?
Your Honor, at this time, the state has the agreed-upon transcripts. I have 10 copies. May I hand them to your deputy?
Yes.
I'll give her a moment,
Okay.
and then
You'll start the audio.
I have a question. Are we gonna be able to keep these?
No,
No, she just said.
No.
Oh, I didn't hear you, I apologize.
yeah, sorry. That, that was juror number 7, I believe?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, yeah, no, these are not evidence. There's simply is aids to listening to this recorded interview, which is evidence. Just like if you were listening to testimony, the recording is evidence, not the transcripts. They're just to aid you, and they will not go back with you during your deliberations. They are not, the transcripts are not evidence. What you hear is. All right, go ahead, Mr. Martin.
may I publish?
You may.
$15.10. Yep. How you doing, Curtis?
It's good.
You all right, Curtis? Can you get out of there, man? All right. There you go. Come on, Curtis. My name's Alan Proctor. We'll step over to my car. You all right? Sit here in front seat. Go ahead. Okay.
I got you. Alan, what do you want to do?
You want to cuff him in the front? All right. Curtis, you don't have anything else on you, sir, do you, Mr. Reeves?
I have no idea, my friend.
You want to double check and see if he's got anything else on him?
I think they expect me.
Yeah, they.
At least 3 times, maybe 4.
Okay, cool.
That was one of the reasons I wanted to handcuff Oulson. Anyway, just put him in the front room. All right, don't push on him because we're right. I understand the concept.
Turn around, face me. It said kind of straight back into where you're slipping your feet.
Curtis, my name's Alan Proctor. I'm a detective with the Sheriff's Office. This is Todd. We're here investigating this shooting that occurred here. I understand you're a retired TPD cop. I want to make sure that everything is okay here, and you know the spiel, well, I got a Miranda, okay? You have the right, Miranda warnings are, you have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him or her present with you while you're being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any question if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise these rights, not answer any questions or make any statements. Do you understand each of those rights that I've explained to you?
Yes.
Having those rights in mind, do you want to talk to me about what occurred here?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. What happened?
Can I ask you, got something, Frank? Anything? My throat is as dry as dry can be.
Yes, sir.
And I really didn't get to move that left shoulder any. Well, I do hope the folks sitting on either side of me were paying attention.
What movie were you watching?
Well, we were watching the previews.
Watching the previews?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
How long have the lights been down? A couple minutes?
yeah. Well, the lights have been down for quite a while because they go through all that stuff, turning off your cell phone, the concession stand and all that stuff.
Right.
So I have no idea on the concept of time. 5 minutes.
Ryan's going to get a couple.
Thank you.
Hey, they're going to go get something to drink.
I'm not trying to do anything other than get the feeling back.
That's all right.
in my shoulders, Chad.
That's all right. How long you been retired?
20 years.
Wow. You started as a young man then, huh?
Yeah, that's it. I spent, let's see, I went on in October of 1966.
Wow.
Did 27 there. I was a director of security guard for 12 years, and I've been trying to enjoy my retirement for about 9 years.
I understand. Well, he's going to bring you some water.
I don't care if it's cold or weeks away.
All right, sir. I've got some here, but you probably want to drink after me because I've got all kinds of, well, we're going to get you some fresh water.
So you're feeling diseased.
Well, I'm not saying that, but I've been a cop almost 30 years myself, so. And I hate to talk to you about all this.
Well, I'm telling you the damn truth. I hate to be here. This is crazy. It was absurd. I tell retired cops that you don't do this. But I've never had anybody jump on my ass like that.
Right.
It was crazy. It really was. And completely uncalled for.
I understand. So the lights have been down. What happens?
Well, the guy was playing with his cell phone, so I think I was looking after his cell phone.
Right.
And he told me to fuck off or something like that. I can't remember. So I leaned back and he kept on doing it, so I got up and I went to the manager out front. I said, look, that's bad. I said, I asked him to turn his cell phone off, he was playing with it. He told me to fuck off, so I said, I appreciate it, you got to take care of it.
Okay, so he kept doing it. What manager?
Well, I don't know whoever was sitting at the desk. Big heavy sack about it with the glass of pound. Whoever was sitting at the front desk up there. I assume it was a man. They don't name tag, I don't know what it said.
But he's a heavy-set guy?
Yeah,
Wearing glasses?
I think so. The powers of observation fade.
I understand. So what happens then?
Come back into the movie, and the guy put his phone away, and then as I went by, I said, I see you put it away. I told the manager for no reason. In other words, I went in and ratted him out. If he was going to put it away, I wouldn't have gone, you know.
Right.
And he turns around in his seat and let's get you. And he says something about he was answering. You're going to have to get the job.
You got it.
And he said something about he was, I don't remember, if it was any of your fucking business, I was texting my daughter or something like that, and you stay the hell out of my face. I think that's when he said that. So, and his wife was holding back, so I sat down, and I think I got the bag of popcorn from my wife, and suddenly he jumps up and he turns around and he stands in his seat, which was, well, you saw the crime scene, he was off to the right.
Right.
So as he's pushing on the back, there's a crack between us. So I'm leaning back in my chair. I got nowhere to go. And I'm leaning back in my chair. So he kept on hollering, and I'm not sure what he said, to be honest with you. He said something. And that led me to believe he was going to kick my ass. And I don't know if that's exactly how he phrased it or not. So I'm looking, briefly, I know I can't go anywhere. So I'm leaning all the way back in my chair as far as I can to get away from him, and suddenly he's virtually on top of me. So because I'm stretched out, if you look at these pants, pistol was in the right front pocket, and you sit it down, there's no way you can get it out, so I'm stretched out trying to get away from him. My left arm is out in front of me, and I think I'm saying either no, 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 or whoa, 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 one or the other. And then suddenly my head was to the right, so he hit me with something. And I assume it was his fist, but I don't know. You see, something is wrong with my left eye. Anyway, I had him wash it out for me. So he hit me with his fist or with something. I think he had his cell phone in his hand because I saw the blur of the screen.
Right.
And I got my left hand out in front of me, and he hits me in the face and knocks my glasses sideways. And there was a young Sumter County deputy that came over right afterwards. And I have frames that you can bend them all over the place. But the left side was stretched out,
So he knocks your glasses off?
they weren't off. They were partially off, and I fixed them where they fit my head again. And for a while there, I was kind of dazed, and it had to be from the strike, even if it was a glazing blow or whatever. But I felt like I had something in my eye. Still do, but not as bad. The fire department got us arrested out with some kind of shit. Anyway, I'm leaning back. He's virtually in my lap. I got contact with something with my left hand. It's dark in there. I mean, suddenly this happened so damn fast. And the trajectory of the bullet should be upward because I came out of my pocket with it, and surprised I didn't shoot myself in the hand. But and good hell, I didn't need to do that. That was just, I hate to say that. I've counseled cops for.
How many rounds you shot?
One. I guess you could say I was scared shitless.
Okay.
I got arthritis in both hands. My back's a freaking wreck. I was on SWAT for 15 years. We thought we were supermen, and then as you get older, you find out you're a physical wreck.
Okay. And you had that gun in your right?
It was in my right front pocket, and I'm stretched out. Well, like I said, you can see the pockets here, and you can't get it out if you're not completely unstretched out of my seat, sort of like this.
Right.
And I'm holding, whoa, 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 or no, 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 and one or the other. And I'm hitting the face, and it had to be him. And
you got any idea where you shot him at?
I have no idea. I heard somebody saying he was shot in the chest.
You see anything in his hands?
I think he had the cell phone. When he turned away from me, I looked down and his cell phone was laying at my feet. So I think that's what he hit me in the face with. I didn't see anything else. And I don't know what you guys think.
I heard. Did your wife? Where was your wife at?
She was sitting on the right-hand side. If she's paying attention, and bless her heart, she's, there's no justification for what happened in there, so
right.
I understand her.
Where was your son at?
He wasn't there. We were waiting for him to come in. We saved the seat for him and all that sort of thing.
And this guy's sitting directly in front of you?
No, his wife, I think, or whoever was with him, this lady was sitting directly in front of him. He was off to the right side, which makes it. Yeah, if he'd have been sitting straight in front of me, I'd have just been whipped if I couldn't do anything.
In the row in front of you, right? Right side of the row in front of you. Just one chair.
Yeah. What's the status on this?
We don't know yet. We've got people down there. It's not looking good.
All over us.
Yeah. Did
His wife was trying, whoever was with him was trying to hold him back.
right?
And,
What is he saying to you?
fuck off, get out of my face, fuck you, I'm talking, he was sitting there playing with it, and what he said to me was that he was texting his daughter. Well, he wasn't, he was scrolling through the internet. I think when I leaned over and asked him to turn his cell phone off, he told me to get the fuck out of his face, and so I knew right away that.
What about just immediately prior to the shot? What is he saying to you?
And he's saying, I think that's when he's talking about, he's texting his daughter. If there was any of my, there's fucking there 3 or 4 times, I don't know. If there's any of my fucking business, or I'll kick your fucking ass, or whatever he was saying was threatening. I got to be candid with you, I don't remember exactly.
Okay.
It was enough for me to try to look for a way out. And my wife is saying, and when I got up to go tell the manager, she said, why don't we should have just moved, is what we should have done. And she said that afterwards.
Right.
And she's absolutely right. She said, that's exactly what we should have done. So, but it's something that, when he jumped up and turned around, it was no problem. I mean, it's just a guy being mouthy.
Right.
When he jumped on the seat and came over in between the crack between the 2 seats, that's when he scared me.
Okay. Now, you say he jumped up. Now, does he come over the seat, or is he still on his row?
His feet were on the seat. At least one of them was, and he was pushing back with his hand, and he was coming over the seat. Now, exactly where his feet were, I don't know. He was coming over into my area, where I'm sitting.
Okay.
And I'm saying, whoa! It's like, this is just a cell phone. This is nothing.
Right.
And I don't know if I was saying no, or whoa. So he's coming over on me. I'm pushing him off with my left hand, and I had a hold of something. I'm assuming it was probably his chest. I don't know.
With your left hand?
With my left hand.
As he's coming over, do you actually make contact with his?
I made contact with something. His arm, his chest, his shoulder. I'm saying no, whoa. And like they say in the books, it happened so fast. So, and then as soon as I pulled the trigger, I said, "Oh, what is this?" But again, I'm 71 years old. I don't need no ass whipping. I'm a younger man.
How old was he?
I don't know. I'm going to say 35, 40.
Did you think that he had something other than a cell phone?
I had no idea what he had. All I knew is that guy was coming after me. It's dark. The theater's dark. The show's on. I don't know him. I don't know. I see that he's very explosive, unnecessarily. I don't understand what his motivation is or why he wants to pursue something that's not worth pursuing. I had no idea what his motivation was. But when he jumped up, like I said, it was not a big deal. But then when he started for me and he started yelling, then it scared the crap out of me. I'm thinking, holy crap, what's going on here? And after he hit me,
You keep saying he hits you, but what does he hit you with?
it's dark. I don't know.
Okay.
I think he was wearing dark shirt.
Okay.
Yep, I don't know. Fist. Like I said, after he hit me, my face went sideways. My glasses came partially off. By now, I'm stretched out completely, and I'm in my seat, kind of like this, with my left hand out. And when I shot, he was, hell, it should have been pretty darn close to a contact.
Okay.
I know we're trained not to stick it out in front of us, but
Right.
to be honest with you, I was afraid I'd shoot myself. And I don't, and all that happened so fast, I didn't, shit, it just, I'm thinking, this guy's fixing to do me some bad stuff. If I had it to do over again, it would never have happened. We would have moved. But you don't get do-overs.
So what made you shoot him?
Well, I guess it scared the hell out of me.
Okay.
I thought the guy was fixing to beat the shit out of me.
Okay.
I don't know how else to say that. When my
But
glasses...
he never told you that, right?
He said something that led me to believe, and then when the guy starts coming at you with the aggravated position, the contorted face, the fuck yous and stuff like that, I don't think I've ever had anybody get in my face like that. And it scared the crap out of me. If I was 20 years younger or something like that, I might have just wrestled it out with him, but
Okay.
I'm not, all that agility and shit's gone. And actually, I'm very surprised that the last time I shot that little pistol, I couldn't hardly shoot because I had so much arthritis in my hands.
Right.
So,
All right. What else can you tell me?
that's it, I guess. I don't know.
Todd, what did I miss?
Well, I want to kind of make things a little bit clearer. You talk about it came at you in an aggravated manner.
Facial expression.
Let me ask you this. You keep saying that if you had it to do over, you would do something different. If you had it to do over, do you think you could have took him more knowing he didn't have a weapon, that you could have took him physically by stopping him?
No, man, shit, I can't fight. I'm 71 years old. I couldn't take that guy. I couldn't take anybody, not anymore. I retired, I've gained 20, 30 pounds. I got arthritis in my back, my knees, my hands. No, I couldn't take anybody.
You think that it could have been prevented by not using a gun?
There's no way that me or anybody else can speculate on that, I don't think. If I had thought that I wasn't going to get beat up, it would have never happened. I was pretty confident after being hit one time that he wasn't going to stop me.
Well, what we got to do is we got to figure out what we're going to do.
Oh, I know that.
And we got to figure out.
Wait, okay, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
You got a lady that was sitting one seat away from me. She should have seen everything.
Elderly lady?
I don't know. She was just a lady. It was a vacant spot. She should have seen something. My wife was sitting right next to me.
Okay.
She should have. I mean, I don't know what she was doing, but she was right there. And then there was a space where we left for myself, and there were some other people sitting there. And when I said something to them when I left, they would tell the manager about the cell phone.
And we're talking to everybody just to try to get.
Oh, I know that. Yeah, you talk to everybody before you.
You've handled these kind of cases before. What do you expect us to do? What would you do if you were in those situations?
Oh, man. Well, let me put it this way. If I wasn't afraid of getting hurt or beaten up, I would have never pulled a pistol, first of all. And I've trained cops when I was on the PD. I actually trained Pasco County, a lot of those guys. A lot of things are different. When you're in law enforcement, you have coverage if this happens. And what I tell people is, if this ever happens to you, even if you're 1,000% right and the other people are 1,000% wrong, it's still not a healthy thing to get involved in. That you shouldn't be doing. So I've been training for years, and I still hang around with a bunch of retired SWAT guys. I was SWAT team commander for 15 years, and I still hang around with a bunch of those guys. And we thought we were King Kong for a long time. And as it turns out, as you get older, you end up with all the injuries that you thought had gone away come back. So we're a bunch of cripples now, I guess you could say. He's laughing, calling himself that.
You're not intoxicated or anything like that, right? You know what's going on here?
I don't drink. I don't take drugs. I drank part of a cold drink, and I was eating popcorn when the guy jumped up and turned around. So should be popcorn all over the place in front of where I was sitting, because that went by the wayside almost immediately.
How did that end up by the wayside?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if I dropped it or if he knocked it out of my hand. I don't know.
Okay.
All I remember is after I shot him, I laid the pistol on my leg, put my glasses back on, And a young man came over and said he was a Sumter County deputy, and I
Right.
handed him my pistol. I said, here's the pistol, and I said, it's got one in the chamber.
Okay.
And then I straightened out my glasses, I saw the popcorn on the floor, saw a cell phone right in front of me. And I thought it was mine, but apparently it's his. And I'm thinking that's kind of what hit me.
Okay.
What kind of gun?
It's a Kel-Tec 380.
What kind of bullet? I know that's something.
It's a, wait a minute, it's a Thunderball made by okay now. It's some good stuff.
And you only shot one. To go back to that question I asked you, what would you expect us to do?
Well, I would expect you to, and I hate this term because I've been reading the damn news. I was defending myself. Shit. It don't make it any easier for me to accept it, but that's what I was doing. I was defending myself from what I thought was going to be some serious injury. The guy was very aggressive, considerably younger.
If this guy died, do you think it was worth it? Or your actions, nothing's worth it?
Nothing's worth it.
But do you think the actions that you took should have been elevated up to take it like?
I would like to say no. I would hope that the answer to that question would be no. But unfortunately, it's yes. I felt. I mean, I get a bruise on my arm. It takes 2 months to heal. I couldn't take an aspirin. I got a problem with my right eye. The guy hit me on the left side. And I'm thinking, oh, shit. I don't want to be blind. I don't want to be any of those other things as I get older.
All right.
I haven't been scared by that many people. Since I've been retired, nobody has ever scared me. This guy scared the shit.
Okay. And how old would you say you thought he was? I know,
Oh, I don't know.
in fact, Proctor asked you that. In his 40s, 50s, 30s?
I'm going to say 35, 40 in case.
And how old did you say you are?
71.
And I missed the part. Can I get your first and last name? I don't need all your information.
Curtis Reeves.
C-U-R-T-I-S.
R-E-V-E-S?
R-E-E-V-E-S.
All right, sir. What else, Todd?
I think what we need to do is talk to them.
Curtis, we're going to have some people come out. We're going to do GSR on you. We're going to take photographs, photograph your injuries, things like that.
That's GSR.
Gunshot residue.
Sure.
All right. Photograph you, things like that. We'll take it one step at a time, all right? Got any question of them?
Well, do this too. Hey, before you leave. Get all the questions you want, because if you scare the shit out of me, I'm not going to get in trouble. You know.
Well, believe me, you know the system as well as we do.
I know the system 20 years ago.
Yeah.
You understand what we're trying to do, doing our job. And you know what, we haven't decided what we are going to do, but if we go talk to them and everything verifies both ways, then we'll do what we think's fair. And
Who's them?
what we think's right. All witnesses.
Oh, okay. Oh, you guys have already talked to the witness. You got to talk to the state attorney, right?
I've talked to 2 witnesses.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's all I've talked to.
Have you talked to my wife?
No, I haven't. I will talk to her. We'll go one step at a time, all right?
She's got, like I said, bless her heart, she's the sweetest thing on earth. I don't deserve her. She could never, ever, ever justify this anywhere. She made a comment to me that I don't remember what it was, like, what was that, or
Right.
why'd you do that? Or,
I understand. Well, I think that, take it one step at a time. All right? This is Sue Miller here. She's a forensic tech. She'll get you all photographed up.
well, about the only thing they're going to, I don't know, they look at the rescue kind of thing. I feel like they got something in their left eye and just still watering, but
I don't see anything there. But
No, they,
you see anything?
no, they rinsed it out. I was kind of pushing on it, try to do it quicker, and I think it's right here on the right video. That's where
I got you. Hey, Alan.
Yeah.
We have helicopters everywhere. So what, if you want to pull up here.
Pull up where?
Like up here where he's going, there's an empty theater, and we'll just walk right inside there. And get out of the way of all these helicopters. Right over there is the number 11 door between these two cars. Right there. Good enough. Here we go. Then wait a second, the media's right there too, damn it. If you want to pull right up on the grass, I don't think. Of course, they've already shot us back there. I didn't realize they were standing there. They got cameras 15 miles long, and you know how that crowd works.
they probably already know who I am.
I love being a cop.
I did too.
Everybody pass those down, back down to me.
Mr. Martin,
Yes, Your Honor.
what's next?
Well, Mr. Garcia's going to continue with Mr. Proctor.
Okay.
There's one more short,
Okay,
and so
just leave that.
if you don't mind,
Okay,
otherwise shutting it down.
right, no. Mr. Martin, could you just maybe turn it sideways so I can see all the jurors? Thanks.
Be happy to.
Just like that, it'd be fine, because I know your cords.
Yeah, well. She wanted to see.
Yeah.
Judge, what I was gonna do, since the monitor was already out, I was gonna play the second interview.
Right now, without further questioning?
Well, I was gonna ask him a few,
Okay.
and then, we're kind of taking it out of chronology. But if not, it'd be taking the TV and then bringing it back and bringing it and taking it, so if I can proceed, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
All right, may it please the court, counsel. All right, so Detective Proctor,
Judge, I'm going to object. I think some of these jurors that whole
Yeah,
thing
they're
is
not-
Huh? Okay.
I'll be glad to do it, Judge.
Now,
I think.
you want to just play the other one and then
I'm good with that.
question?
I'm good with that.
that's
Can you
fine.
do that?
I mean, that's fine, it's kind of out of order, but that's fine, Judge, but
Okay.
I have to lay the predicate and stuff on,
Yes.
I mean,
If he can just show it to me, I will allow him to remove the predicate.
Okay. Maybe.
No objections.
Okay, thanks. All right, so that will be admitted as 62?
62, Judge?
Mm-hmm.
Kayla, I got you, please. And I'll pass to the rest of the court now. You're very welcome. Clerk Stein.
Where'd the other scissors go? Oh, thank you. Oh, we're missing a pair of
go ahead and
Yeah, you can go ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and read that instruction again for this one. Same thing. You're about to hear recorded interviews. These recorded interviews are proper evidence, and you may consider them just as any other evidence. You will also be furnished a transcript for the recorded interview. The recordings are the evidence, and the transcripts are provided to you only as a guide to help you follow as you listen to the recorded interviews. The transcripts are not evidence of what was actually said or who said it. If you notice any difference between what you hear on the recordings and what you read in the transcripts, you must rely on what you hear, not what you read. And same as last time, the recorded interview, is this pertinent, the same to this one too? Okay, the recorded interview you're about to hear contains opinions and statements by Detective Alan Proctor, Pasco Sheriff's Office, and Detective Todd Koenig, Pasco Sheriff's Office, to Curtis Reeves. These opinions and statements are pertinent only to explain the reactions and responses they elicit. You are not to consider these opinions and statements by the detectives as true, but only to establish the context of Curtis Reeves' reactions and responses. Go ahead, Mr. Martin.
Curtis, how tall are you?
About 6'1", 6'2".
What do you weigh? You got blue eyes. Look, is there anything else you want to tell me?
Man, I don't think there's anything else to tell you. I'm sitting back here second guessing myself. Did you hit me? Did I get out of the way? Did this have to happen? Did I need to be here? You guys have given me too much time to think.
I understand.
This is a lifetime. I'll try to make one for you. I don't know what to say, except that this is a life-changing event that I would have avoided at all costs.
I understand.
It's a life-changing event for me, and certainly this young man has a family, and I think I was mentioning to your deputy there earlier, thinking it over, in all my law enforcement career, I don't think I've ever been that scared that quick. Does that make sense to you?
I understand.
I mean, usually something builds and then just something explodes in your face.
Well, we've talked to everybody involved.
Okay.
And nobody sees a punch being thrown.
Right. Well, it's the dark theater, right?
And he's dead.
Oh.
I'm sorry, man.
I'm sorry.
Because, Curtis, I'm sorry because I don't have a choice. Because understand what's going on here. I've got somebody that I respect a great deal. You put your rear end on the line a lot of days.
That doesn't have anything to do.
Yeah, it does. It does. I've been a cop 30 years myself, sir, so I hate to do what I have to do sometimes, but I don't have a choice right now.
I don't know what to say. I'm sitting back here, I'm thinking to myself, my life is ruined, his life is ruined, my family's life is ruined, his
I'm going to have to arrest you on a second degree. I've talked it over with the state, and my command staff, and everybody's in agreement. You'll have a bond. You know, all the procedures. I'll make sure that they're aware that you're law enforcement. They will treat you with respect, just like, if you know how it's just like anybody else. They will take care of you, sir.
Okay, now, my wife is sitting next to me. You're saying that she never saw that guy get that close to me and saw me push him back.
No, sir. She never saw a punch.
Well,
She says that he leans over. But, you know, and I asked her point blank, did you ever see a punch? No, I never saw a punch.
I never saw it either.
Did it happen?
I've been sitting back here second guessing myself. I got hit the left side of my face and my tailbone got my glasses knocked off. There was nobody else there, man. There was nobody else there.
Did your wife see your glasses knocked off?
Not that, you can have to ask her.
Because she says no.
Well, they didn't come all the way off. They came sideways. They didn't come all the way off. If they had come all the way off, we would have gone on the floor.
I understand.
Been able to find him.
All right, sir.
Yeah, I don't, well, I guess at this point in time, I have no alternative. I'm trying to cooperate, and
I appreciate that.
I guess I better be able to actually demonstrate there goes my time.
I'm sorry, buddy. Curtis. Thank you. I'm sorry, like I said.
Hey, hold on.
1648.
Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
May it please the court, counsel. Mr. Proctor,
Yes, sir.
as far as the chronology of events that occurred today, you interviewed Mr. Reeves,
Yes.
right?
Yes, sir.
And during his interview, he had said, "Have you spoken to my wife?"
That's correct.
So prior to your second interview, did you in fact interview Mrs. Vivian Reeves?
I did.
And was that audio taped as well?
It was, sir.
Okay. And then you did the second interview with Mr. Reeves.
That's correct.
All right, now let's talk about when Mr. Reeves was in your car,
The first interview, yes, sir.
the first interview. Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Reeves?
No, sir.
Did you observe any bruising?
No, sir.
Did you observe any abrasions,
No, sir.
scrapes,
No, sir.
anything on his face?
No, sir.
And while he was in your car, what was he doing in the front seat?
Part of the time he was rubbing his eye,
Okay. Which eye?
left eye.
And can you demonstrate for the members of this jury how he was rubbing it? Okay, so for the record, you're indicating the corner of his left eye,
Yes, sir.
and you used your left index finger.
That's correct.
Okay, is that what he was doing that day?
Yes, sir.
Did he complain to you or state to you that he had been hit on any other part of his body?
No, sir.
So it would have been his head, the left side.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, did you photograph Mr. Reeves that day, specifically his face and his eye?
Forensic technicians did that.
Okay. Now, let me ask you, as a detective in this case, if there had been injuries, would you have documented those in your report?
Yes, sir, I would have.
For instance, you would have said, left eye or left side of cheek, there's bruising or a scrape, a mark,
That's correct.
and you didn't do that in this case,
That's correct.
right? You didn't observe anything.
Right, and I actually have that noted in our report.
Okay. As you are conducting the investigation, are you getting bits and pieces of evidence from other detectives, other sergeants, other majors?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, did you ever go inside Theater 10 prior to interviewing the witnesses?
No, sir.
Okay. Why not?
I'd been in that theater, I believe, before.
Okay. And during the course of your investigation, did you learn there were items of evidence in the movie theater?
Yes, sir.
Do you know where?
In the aisle,
Which aisle?
which is later 9 and 10, the back row,
Okay,
the aisle immediately in front of it.
okay. So is it the first aisle then?
At the top, yes, sir.
All right. And then just so everybody's clear, is there a wall behind that aisle?
Yes, sir, there is.
Okay. So if you're informed, Detective Proctor, there's items of evidence in aisle 1, seats 8 and 9, you have a visual picture of where those items would be.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now, let's talk about the items. What items did you learn were there?
Popcorn and a cell phone.
Okay. Was there a popcorn bag?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
I don't recall, but it was a popcorn bag there.
okay. Was there a skinny cow wrapper?
Yes, sir.
Was there a spent casing there?
Yes, sir.
Was there also a drink in one of the cup holders?
Again, I'm going to
Yes, sir.
object. I think these are all leading questions.
Approach.
to notify you that I have collected 10 of both packages.
Okay.
Handed out.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr.
All right,
Garcia.
thank you, Your Honor. So going back to my previous question, Mr. Proctor, there was a skinny cow wrapper there,
Yes, sir.
and then there was it looks like a drink, some sort of a drink in the cup holder.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I would object again.
That one's sustained.
All right, Judge. Was there a drink in the cup holder?
Yes, sir.
All right. Other than those items that you have listed, was there anything else?
No, sir. Not in the immediate area, no, sir.
Okay. So being the lead detective, knowing those are the items, did you absolutely have to go up there and view these items?
No, sir. I was told that where those items were located at, we were most concerned about the cell phone itself. And when when detectives arrived on scene, that cell phone is pushed up to the chair in front of him, toward the center, or toward to where the victim had been sitting,
Okay.
in that direction.
Prior to arresting Mr. Reeves, did you meet with your command staff?
Yes, sir. I met with the command staff. We had different units there, different major crime units. They were conducting interviews with the witnesses. They had reported that back to their supervisors. We stood there and discussed what the witnesses had said.
Okay. So prior to the decision being made to arrest Curtis Reeves, you knew exactly what witnesses had been interviewed and what they had said?
Not by name, sir, but I was under the impression when I left that meeting that no witnesses that saw a punch being thrown, no witnesses that saw a cell phone being thrown, and that's when the determination was made to make the arrest.
Okay. Now, in the taped interview, you indicated to Mr. Reeves, "I'm sorry I have to do this, but I have no choice." What did you mean by that
Judge, I'm
statement?
going to object. What's the relevancy of that?
Judge, can we approach?
Okay. Mr. Escobar. Go ahead, Mr. Garcia.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Proctor, based upon the totality of the circumstances, did you feel you had probable cause to arrest Curtis Reeves for second-degree murder?
Yes, sir.
May I have a moment, Judge, please?
You may.
Oh, one other thing I neglected to ask. May I approach the clerk, Judge?
You may. That'll be 63. 63.
Judge, I'd ask the record to reflect, I'm going to show Mr. Escobar triple Q for identification purposes. Judge, may I approach the witness, please?
You may.
Detective Proctor, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit QQ for identification purposes. Do you recognize the outside of the bag?
Yes, sir.
How is it that you recognize it?
My initials and the date and time that I placed it in evidence.
Okay. Do you recognize the contents?
Yes, sir.
I mean, the bag is open if you want to check it.
Madam Court Reporter, I believe it's QQQ for the record.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Judge, may I have more data?
Yeah, as soon as he's done.
Did you, Mr. Proctor, did you receive that holster from Deputy Long?
Yes, sir. You have, yes, sir.
I think it's already in, Judge.
Okay, go ahead and voir dire first.
Yeah.
That one hasn't come in just yet.
Again, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
May I approach you?
You may.
Mr. Proctor, can you read the date and time on the bag, please?
1/24/13, 13:58 hours.
What was the date of the incident in this case?
1/13, sir.
Can you tell me why we have it's an 11-day lag of that particular item not being in evidence?
I'm not for sure, sir.
You're not for sure.
No, sir.
Now, you're the lead detective.
That's
right?
correct.
You're supposed to make sure that items go into evidence immediately.
Yes, sir.
And that bag said that that particular piece of evidence was somewhere, you don't know, right?
It was in my desk drawer.
Is that where you normally keep evidence in a homicide, in your desk drawer?
No, sir. But I have kept evidence there before.
You have, and you've kept it there for a week, 2 weeks, a month?
In this particular case, sir, I kept it there 11 days.
Is evidence in a homicide case not important?
Evidence in a homicide case is important.
Was this case important to you?
Yes, sir, it was very important to me.
But it's okay to just leave it in your desk drawer for any Tom, Dick, and Harry to go in there?
It's under a lock and key, sir.
It's a lock and key. That's not proper procedure for the Pasco Sheriff's Office, correct?
That's correct, sir.
In fact, you violated Pasco County Sheriff's Office protocol in doing what you did with that particular item, correct?
I'm not aware of that, sir.
Have you read the protocols?
It's been a while, sir.
No further questions.
Do you wish for that to be admitted?
Judge, I've got one more question that I forgot.
Go ahead.
Did you write the date on that?
That is my handwriting, sir.
So you must have gotten the year wrong as well.
1/24/13 is what it should be, sir.
Is that when this event happened?
No, sir, that's the date and time that I placed it into evidence.
You placed it a year after? Or a year before? I guess a year before.
That's correct, sir. My mistake. I did have the wrong date there, sir.
So you also had the wrong date on the piece of evidence?
That's correct.
And that's against protocol as well?
Yes, sir.
No further.
Do you wish for that to be admitted?
Briefly, Judge. Detective Proctor, you would agree that the incident date was January 13th of 2004, correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, it wasn't 2004.
I'm sorry, 2014. I apologize, Counsel. 2014.
That's correct, sir.
All right. So is it fair to say that you're going from December of 2013 into January,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yes, sir.
Do you sometimes, even though it's January, would write 2013, but really you know it's 2014?
Yes, sir.
I mean, that's a common thing that happens, I would say, with everyone.
I'm going to
Yes,
object to
sir.
that leading question.
Sustained.
Have you written the wrong year right after New Year's
Yes, sir.
and written the previous year?
Yes, sir, I have.
Okay. So, was it a mistake on your part?
I make mistakes, yes, sir.
You're a human being,
I'm a
right?
human being, yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
Okay. Do you wish for that to be admitted as number 63?
Yes, Judge.
And I don't, what is it?
I'm sorry, Judge?
What is it?
A holster.
It's a inside the pocket holster.
Okay. Did you want to publish or?
Yes, Your Honor. May I approach the clerk, Judge?
You may, but she doesn't have it. He does.
Oh, it's over here. May I approach the clerk, Judge?
You may. Any further questions, Mr. Garcia?
No, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been conveyed to me that the cross-examination of Mr. Proctor may take a lot longer than 5 o'clock. So we're gonna go ahead and quit for the day and start up early tomorrow, 8:30 tomorrow with Mr. Proctor again and cross. So I don't like to quit early when it can be avoided, but I don't think it can be avoided today. I think it'd make for a very long day otherwise, so we'll just call it a day right now and have you back at 8:30. Remember my instructions during the recess, and I'll see you report to the jury pool room in the morning. Any questions? All right. Thank you. Have a great night, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, we're going to recess for
8:30. Oh, okay, thank you. Mr. Garcia, can you retrieve the evidence, please? And do we have both the DVDs?
I'm missing number 61, and
The
I'm
f-
also missing the property, the course exhibit number 1.
Okay. That looks like, oh, that's court exhibit. So those both go to her. Is there a DVD in there?
Let me check here.
Yep. Where's the other?